All right, it says we're on. Let me go check Rumble to see if we actually have a stream going on. Last few times I've been trying. Yes, we are on Rumble. Awesome.
Greetings, Earthlings.
Welcome, one and all. We are back. The party has made their way safely to the city of Reme. You guys are at a nice little inn on the outskirts of Reme. You guys, the day after you arrive back in town, you see a few people. You shake a few hands. You say we'll collect tomorrow. Your agent gives you a location where he'll meet you at a roadside inn, just north side of town. You guys can do what you want to up until that point. But about 11 o'clock, it's time to arrive. And the majority of you do so. While you're sitting at the roadside inn, you see a few wait staff moving around. One of the ladies asks if you need something along the lines of bread. We just got some bolinos available. Would you like those?
Sure.
Okay. About a few minutes later, as she's bringing a tray loaded with a dozen bolinos. It's a bread roll about 7 inches by 3.5 inches in diameter. With dipping or for making sandwiches out of. She gives you a few bread knives, some cream. And you guys go about discussing some things, waiting for your agent to arrive. Sure enough, in the door comes a familiar face. Darian. Oh, how are you all today?
Alive.
I heard you had some excitement on the way down.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-oh.
That would be an understatement.
Yep, we're putting together a 25-man crew to go back up north. Between you and Quinn gave me a 6-page detailed report of everything going on. And when I state everything going on, I mean everything going on. So we're headed up to go see exactly why is there such a rampant failure we couldn't even you have to understand, usually we don't have problems with guild operatives. We really don't. We don't have problems with boat drivers. We don't even have an issue in the company policy with them taking family members or pets. However, you guys managed to step in something that was connected to a whole town full of corruption. So we're going to be sending our people up to Yellow Deer and putting together an actual team of people that are interested in staying and making that location a little bit more friendly to those traveling through and not interested in ripping them off or dismembering them. Thank you for your hard work. And again, thank you for your hard work in the city of Dunamon. The only thing I can tell you is that as of this morning, we have word that your friend Lilith, she was seen rolling through here in Reme about 6 a.m. this morning.
Lilith the succubus?
Yeah.
Thought we killed her. Or is this the one from before, the one that got nerdy, not Six Nations?
She didn't get me. She almost got me.
You said
Okay.
you killed her.
The one in town, the one back up in the town, yeah.
You affirm for a fact she's no longer part
A
of
priest performed rites over her corpse.
Interesting. Because one of our local clerics, a quite an individual, he said that he was following a demonic figure through the through the stockades area. She had a horde of men around her.
That sounds like her.
I didn't think we killed Lilith. I thought she got away.
I thought she got away too. So.
Well,
Sworn she died.
we killed a succubus.
But then
like we poured holy water, and then the priest performed rituals.
Yeah, that was the one in the cave.
No, we got one in a town. I could have sworn we did anyway. I don't remember her getting away.
Yeah, I was
No, because that was the whole point of us
being manhandled. The last one.
Because she got a hold of Sylvia. Managed to turn Sylvia against us. And
yeah, because the one I'm talking. No, because the one I'm talking about, she reached out to well, actually, she didn't attempt to get you, Lemmy. Right at the last second, she got you. Remember, because you were like, "Oh, my love, how do I save you?" And then she croaked off.
Gone didn't work, and somebody said,
"That's the one I'm talking about."
Oh,
and we've seen at least three.
I remember that one, but no, Lilith is the one that we're chasing.
Yeah, I thought we got to her before she managed to get to the tower, because that was the reason to go to the town that we caught a succubus in to begin with, was to chase down that one, the one that escaped. Well, the second one that escaped, I should say. The first one we fought, we escaped. The second one we fought, which was with the dwarven leader, that one did not escape. And then we had the one that we chased down to a town, and that was the one that tried to seduce. Well, they actually did seduce Lemmy, but died just as she did so.
Or so we thought.
Geez, was the priest so corrupt? His rights did nothing.
Maybe she possessed the priest to pretend like he did rights over her.
Well, succubus, as far as I know, but in most like based off of player knowledge in this instance, most games or mythology do not give succubus the ability to possess. They have the ability to control.
Well, okay. Well, what if she controlled a demon and a demon possessed the priest?
That is a very real possibility. Succubus, even a low level, usually higher on the totem pole than most regular demons.
Something doesn't add up.
Control of demon not be a big surprise.
What if we're dealing with some sort of abyssal OnlyFans group.
Which is
Such
not.
for us.
Which is not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Whereabout was she spotted? You said
Running
she
through
was spotted
town.
about 6'8".
She was going through the stockades area.
All right.
Surrounded by men, so it definitely sounds like her.
All right. Well, I say we go check us out.
All I want to do is go home at this point.
Have some food first. Get yourselves ready, because you might not be able to do much more after all of this. You might be on the run. So at least have your food first.
Are we going to be able to? They said they were going to send a team there, right? So that means we'll have help this time, at least.
Oh no,
right?
Janet, the team is going up north. The succubus was seen in this town.
Oh, what are they going up north for then?
The town that was so corrupt
Trading.
that the succubus was actually able to basically take over the moment she got there.
Okay. Well, she's
We
going
got to protect their interests and get
if
the
we don't
caravan
get some help, she's going to take over this town too. So, to me, I think that it'd be better. Their time would be better spent here to help us get rid of this succubus before they go to the other town and try to clean it up.
Janet, we're also talking about a very, very large organization that probably already plans on doing that. Just has two different groups for it.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that. I'm just
The Traders of Coaster Guild, at least I remember correctly, according to Bruce, is one of.
so. Is there somebody here that can help us
Let them
go?
do city guard. Maybe we can pull a few strings. Get a couple of the watch to come with us.
Probably
something. We sure could use some help. Any extra hands you have. Because if she's surrounded by men,
Preferably
all of those men are going to help her fight us. And then we also need to take whoever is going to go with us and bless them and stuff to make it harder for her to be able to.
I have a quick player question. Like, I am not asking this as a character. What happened to this group's confidence? We only suffered one kind of defeat, and we still managed to defeat it in the end by burning down the entire building. And yet, within the last 5 sessions, it's like, oh my god, every little thing is terrifying.
Well, she's terrifying. To me, she's terrifying.
Yeah, I get your point.
She may not be able to take me
even
over.
I'm in this instance, I can see why we want a couple more dudes, but it seems like last 5-6 sessions, every time we come up against anything, it's like, oh, we got to have an army. It's like, why? And this is like I said, I understand.
I'm not a magic.
She's got numbers on her side.
Have more magic.
Even when we were exploring the dungeon,
spell slingers.
Yeah, well,
I'm cool with that. If we're going up against supernatural shit, I'm a box man. You want a door unlocked? You want a chest unlocked? I can do that.
But you guys are all susceptible to the succubus.
So are you.
Well, I know, not as bad as you guys are when it comes to sexuality stuff.
Yeah, well, I got two things going for me on that one. One, I'm married, and two, no offense, Nerdy and Ogre. I mean, no Nerdy and Ogre. Lemmy and Ogre. They wouldn't know what I know about which would dry my cock up very quickly because the succubus. It doesn't matter how much the succubus loves you. Every time you two have sex, she's draining a little bit of your life force until eventually you're dead. And she goes, I lost that plaything, and moves on. So even just once is too much, because it'd probably be worse. It'd probably take off more of your life than a haste spell. And that ages you by a year.
Yeah.
So how much would it cost to get a ensorcelled chastity belt? Or, like Holy Avenger chastity belt.
It'll take a bit. You as much as being married does help out quite a bit, especially new marriage. The moment there's like a small fissure within the relationship, like somebody's a little bitter about something, or someone feels like they didn't get enough eggs for breakfast, that's when the succubi packs on about like 100 pounds extra and says, "I'll make you some flour tortillas. I'll make you some. I'll put together a pot roast for you and put it in the oven. And then when you get back from your day, you'll have plenty of food to catch up on, and then you can pass out next to me, and just as soon as you have that little weakness, that little chink in the armor of the relationship, they're on that. So you just got to be careful. You gotta
Yeah.
gird yourself. You gotta focus monogamy, and then you don't want to see like some like beautiful rose looking vagine or something where you're like, oh my god, I haven't seen something look like that since my wedding night. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is why
She knows your weaknesses.
yeah, they're sharp, and infidelity is the blood in the water. The possibility of infidelity. Men,
Well, that's why I also mentioned I would be absolutely terrified of her vampire vagina.
I wish I didn't want to laugh so fucking hard at the thought of a vampire vagina.
Well,
There was a movie
in
out.
fairness, I thought they all were, but
They too did it best. Freaking Ryan Reynolds.
Wait, Ryan Reynolds? Oh god, are we talking about Blake Lively again?
Or was it the third one? It was the third one, wasn't it? Because the second one was the crack vampires.
Yeah.
It was the third one.
Isn't there one about a girl that has a
Parker Posey
that has
was
or something
was
that
the vampire with the vampire hooty hoo.
she has teeth and will bite it off? That's the one you're talking about.
Yep.
I never saw it. I just heard people talking about how gross it was.
Not to be confused with the movie Teeth.
Another quality film.
I haven't seen that one either.
Have you ever seen that movie, Janet?
Which one? Teeth?
Teeth.
No. I thought it was a joke at first.
It is not a joke.
Oh, there is a movie. I forgot what it's called. But the actress. You remember the actress from Resident Evil, the Spanish chick, or at least she looks Spanish.
Michelle Rodriguez. Yeah.
Yes. Because this was I checked the dates. It was done after Resident Evil. She was hurting for money at one point because she played in such a bad movie. It was about genetically altered dogs that had the ability to hive mind and would kill anybody who got on
I
their
think I
island.
remember that.
And despite being hive mind, they were also cannibalistic. So the moment one of their members went down, they'd eat it. And when Michelle Rodriguez's character got attacked by the dogs but lived, she all of a sudden was psychically linked to the dogs and could hear their thoughts telling the people to leave. It was such a bad movie.
Never heard of it.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
But yeah, that movie, she was hurting for money when she played that role. Either that, or she's one of those actresses that doesn't mind whatever part she gets. But I haven't seen her in that many bad movies, so I kind of doubt that.
Well, that's what's his name? I think the guy who played Alfred in the Batman trilogy.
Oh
Are you
yeah,
talking about Michael Caine?
Michael Caine.
Yeah, he's like he doesn't. I believe it's him, but he's like he said he doesn't turn down movie roles. Because every
No.
time he accepts a movie role, that's other people getting paid. Cameramen and gaffers and the boomers and the special effects guys and all that. It's like so he doesn't turn down movie roles.
there also hasn't been too many movies that he's been in that's been bad either. He may not turn down movie roles, but he doesn't. If that be the case, he doesn't get offered too many bad movies.
Now that I think about it, I can't remember the last time I saw him in a bad role.
Well, I'll try to be more daring.
I didn't mean it like that, Jen. It's just
Well,
that
I'm just gonna go for it, I guess, and see what happens. Hopefully, I won't die. But
I was referring more to the fact that way back in the sewer, it's like we're going to be traversing a sewer, and yet you guys want to bring like 20 people with us. It's like, what? That literally doesn't make any sense.
I don't remember anybody. Thomas pops up. Hey, I don't remember anybody saying anything about a sewer. I remember the stockades. We can exist without going in sewers for a week. I could be, I could be happy. I know that sounds kind of strange, but I just was offering for us not to get dirty on our first day back home. I mean, and this isn't really quote unquote home for some of you. Some of you guys are from Gilboa, and you're still 100 miles away from home or more.
Yeah. I was just mentioning a previous event.
And he looks over at you. He's like, I'm sure you would love to go back to your fort, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Finally, Darius looks at the waitress. He's like, love, what have you got for us? And she says, actually, the guild would like to award Mongoose we found this in our coffers, and there are some that just feel like this is something that would be more you than anything else. And so if you'll look in Alpha Test Loot, David, there's a spell called Phantasmal Killer.
Yeah.
If you want that, it'll take up 6 pages of your spell book.
Okay. Oh, speak of which, I think the last couple levels of spells, you forgot to tell me how many pages they took. So right now, my book doesn't say as many pages as it actually has been taken up. Thankfully, at the time, I was still like,
usually it just takes one page per spell level.
Okay. Well, we hadn't delved that deep into the spell levels yet, so I hadn't actually noticed a pattern.
Yeah, your spell book holds 100 pages, and for you to get another 100 page spell book, that'll cost you 1,000 silver.
Okay.
Phantasmal Killer is a 5th level spell, but it's got some extra stuff on it. 6 pages. And if you cast it, you have the casting time reduced by 1 second, because that's what you offered. Okay. So she's like, yeah, we really don't have. I mean, this is valuable. It looks like it could be something that would be from what the other sages around the HR said. This would be useful for you, and because of your affinity for mind-affecting magic, this would be something that probably would be really good for you. So he hands you that set of scroll pages. One long scroll. The scroll itself is 3 foot when you unroll it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. 12 inches by 3 foot. It reminds you of Gregory Hines' tongue whenever he sees the belly dancer in History of the World Volume 1. Great movie. All right. So once you have done that, your companion Darius says, "I assume you guys are going to want to retire for a little bit and maybe head back to places known or unknown."
Yeah.
No,
Thought we were
we're
going to
we're
find that girl.
I
and
mean,
at this point, I'm taking one of the Baleos, I'm ripping it open, I'm stuffing it with cheese, meat, whatever.
oh
It's
yeah,
like,
they bring a butcher block full of various pork pieces, prosciutto, a little bit of coppa, some chunks of belly. It looks like some pieces of leg hot ham. You've got, of course, the dog that has attached itself to you guys since your magnificent boat ride. He's chewing on a big pork bone. So you guys are interested in going after this lady.
yes.
If we don't, she's just going to come back after us again.
All right. Um, the man, the clergyman who saw her, his name was Brother Paul. He's a member of the Church of Solanus. Some of you guys kind of wince whenever he says that. He's like, not a fan, huh? Okay. You hear Sylvia pop up. She says, "It's not that we're not fans of the Church of Solanus. It's just it's a bit too mainstream for what we pursue. We have a cleric. She follows Mir. Very few people follow Mir nowadays. It's almost like a lost art, but seems to do us a lot of good." Darius nods. He's like, I can understand that, especially places where, you have a town like Gilboa, which is quite enmeshed in Mir's history, named after the famous Justicar. Well, once you finish eating, you should head over to the temple or the chapel of Solanus. I'm sure Paul would be very happy to see you. Unless you don't want to see him. But I would think you would.
Well, if he's the one that last saw her, then he's going to be the one that.
Supposedly he tracked her along the tradeway.
Then yeah, he's the guy we're going to see.
Is a lot of people gone missing?
Not really. We have people go missing a lot, but it's not of a particular demographic. A child here, an old lady there, a merchant here, a tradesman here. About 3 weeks ago, we had some members of the Klansmen run through town, and they were delivering some goods because they had been ambushed and successfully fought off their greenskin attackers. And once they did, they routed them and chased them back to whence they came, found their lair, and attacked them to the last orc. I mean, they slaughtered the entire tribe.
They were green skinned.
Orcs have been gathering in numbers within the mountains to the north. Usually the orcs are kept in check. There's usually hobgoblins up there, and so they fight with each other a lot. The orcs are very chaotic, have to attack in mass. The hobgoblins will plan their attack, set snares, use other individuals to hire on as harassers or like a militia, and they'll throw 2 volleys of arrows and then turn around and run. And that usually will get people to pursue them and lead them right into a trap. Usually the hobgoblins just start going in with large rat ogres or other abominations, and they just lay waste to the panicked attackers. But the orcs, they attacked a group of. He looks over at Nerdy Ogre, the tall man himself, and he says, "People that may be your cousins were attacked last week. One of them was killed, and they pursued them back to the lair where the orcs were at, which was an abandoned small settlement just to the north of the city. And they attacked him to the point where they routed them. They chased down every female. All the orc children were massacred. There were some people in town kind of upset about that, and they just didn't care. I mean, they're like, well, we're not going to have to worry about this problem in 5 or 7 years, and they went about their business. And still, there was people that they have never left the city, but they still felt they had a reason to complain about something. They're willing to enjoy all the comforts that Reme has, but they don't understand the dangers of living in a society where we have such comforts. So that is how we live. Hey, how you doing, Hard Art Comedy? How do you acquire silver, he asks. Typically by either finding it or by completing jobs for people that have agreed to pay you for them.
Is he the guy that wanted to join our team?
Indeed he is. If he wants to join, just throw us a affirmation in the chat, and I'll tag you in the alpha test. There's a link to Restream. There we go. If you want to join. There. So he says, I don't know what may be going on with this succubi, but once you finish up everything, send you over to the Temple of Solanus. You guys recognize that as the high altar of Solanus. Apparently, your friend Darius doesn't have as a high opinion of that location either.
Yeah.
Because he called it a chapel, and usually whenever people say a chapel, they're referring to like a 2-room building with like a main room for congregation and a small office. But the high altar is actually almost a compound with multiple buildings, statuary, fountains. A lot of money went into it. It's kind of like going to Salt Lake City.
So it's like some of the high-end churches that we have nowadays.
Yeah, like going over to like the Mormon Tabernacle in Salt Lake City, or going to Crossroads and
Scientology church.
Joel
Yeah.
Osteen.
yep, tabletop RPG.
Let's not go there.
Mad. So once you guys finish up, and you take a little bit of time to wrap up everything. You know, they gave you some soup, they gave you some meat for sandwiches, they gave you some cuts of lettuce, a few tomatoes, or nightshade is what a lot of them call the nightshade fruits. Gigantic.
Protein.
Here's the ones that are in bloom at the start of spring, at the end of winter. So
Nice.
Attack of the killer tomatoes.
hey, whenever HEB sells a beefsteak tomatoes, I don't skimp. Ah, shit, hard art comedy, that sucks. He's like, I'd love to, but I'm at work right now. Well, fuck.
Good luck in your struggles.
Good. Yeah, seriously. I hope you stay clean. Yeah, the new boss at that location that I left in January, he has a new initiative to make people work more and have less off time. It's amazing. I don't know how the morale stays so high there.
Happy workers.
Don't go.
Me and Jeremy are working on trying to get some more trucks, because we're about ready to step in some like serious amounts of work. So we're gonna need more drivers. Talk to your brother-in-law.
Oh, so you're gonna hire someone?
We're gonna have to.
That's good.
We're putting together bids right now, and usually 1 in 3 hit. So I mean, we've got one guy up in Austin that he takes care of everything Austin for us. We're gonna inflate that to a full fucking route. The guy's gonna be running his ass off. Got me down here. I've already got an entire client list. I have at least 4 to 7 jobs a day. And then Jeremy's running, and Jeremy's wife is like, you know, honey, my job is making me do more stuff, so you got to do more office work. And he's like, well, fuck, we're going to get swamped. So it's just going to be a matter of time before we have to go to 5-day weeks. And Jeremy really doesn't want that. He's like, no, I want you to have Fridays and Saturdays off at least. Sundays you'll still have off, but you're going to be sleeping most of Sundays.
What are you hiring for?
Drivers.
What kind of drivers? Like CDL?
CDL driver. You have a tanker endorsement?
I do not.
Okay.
I think I know somebody who might.
Don't put him in touch with me. I got to hire Hard Art Comedy first. He's already qualified. And he's Jeremy's brother-in-law, so, I mean, we're going to probably hire him first, but... But, like, we're not looking at just, like, capping it at 3 people that have trucks. There's a lot going on I can't talk about on here, but it's within a year's time. We're probably going to have like 7 or 8 trucks moving at once, big trucks, and it's not all going to be just doing grease or septic. It's going to be doing other stuff, because there's a lot of other stuff.
Okay, well, yeah. After this, I'll get a hold of you, get some information, see if see if my friend is tinker certified.
Cool. About maybe an hour and a half from that point, as you guys are wandering through the gates, you can hear the 12 bells ring as the churches. All the churches seem to have a agreement. You ring the bells at certain hours. Usually on the hour you get the rings, but the bells all stop at about 8 o'clock at night. Usually 2000. There's no more ringing, but the bells are ringing 12 loud rings right now. And this is a city that does not believe in a 12-hour clock. They go for a 24-hour clock. So you hear 13 bells, it's 1. You hear 14 bells, it's 2, etc. And that's they do that for a lot of different reasons, but 12 bells are ringing all over the community. One of the temples is kind of like a bardic college, the Temple of Ogma, and you guys hear, instead of them ringing just the bells, jong, 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 you just hear them. They play a song. They've got so many artisans that have put together instruments that boom all over the city, and you can hear that using the other bells almost as like a percussion. If everything's in sync, it's what it sounds like. It's a planned event, but sometimes it sounds more like really bad jazz. So you
So
guys,
scat.
yeah. Once you decide that it's
Time for some noise.
2 minutes later, the chimes stop, the music stops, and you guys continue to push your way through the city, and get to the high altar of Solanus.
Oh, I thought we were already there.
No, you had to take a small trip there because you guys were about a half mile outside the city walls. You were at one of the roadside inns of Ogma. It
Mhm.
wasn't really a temple, but it's more like a stopover place. Quinn always seems to, whenever you're in Reme, he's like, "Man, why don't we stop over at the roadside inn of Ogma? Because I really like the pork." And when you get there, like the one thing you guys can smell, one is pigs, and I mean probably 500 to 600 pigs in their various pens and such. And second thing you guys can smell is the overpowering smell of sautéed onions and peppers coming from the kitchen. Everything gets garlic, onions, and peppers. It's almost like you're hanging out with a bunch of people from Napoli. I mean, you're seriously wondering just how many more days is it before they start having the worst fest start.
Yeah.
So once you get there, once you leave there, that smell exits, and you hit the gate, and the thing you smell there is the bakeries and the various restaurants because the noon hours here. And even though you guys just ate, I mean, a little piece of bread wouldn't hurt probably. You make your way through the gates and among the throng of people, real crowded today. And finally, you shuffle your way to the high altar of Solanus inside the quarter, and you get into the marble gated community that this little temple enclave is. See all the Hyperborean architecture, and you guys make your way to the promenade inside the Great Rise of Solanus. See a few people from the lore clans that are leaving this area. They wave hi to you because they recognize one of their own is with you guys. Once you arrive, you start making your way towards the Spire of Information, which is where a lot of the visitors initially go here. There's 7 spires here within the community, within the marble walls of the high altar. And as you're getting close to that area, you can hear one bard leading a party or I don't. There's a word, a troop of other jongleurs as they sing. One of them seems to be just like juggling a few balls while they're doing this, as he's learning how to truly multitask. And the other 5 within their songsmith group, they're all singing with proper cadence. Quinn, absolutely just looks at them like, you're fucking amateurs. One of the elders of the community, sitting there underneath a large oak tree, watching them, and he sees you guys approaching, and he waves at you, and you guys kind of detour towards him. Hello. May I help you with something? I understand that you are usually not within our community.
True. We have come because we have heard that someone here has possibly found a succubus.
Do you know this individual's name? Which of our brothers or sisters shall I direct you to?
What was his name again? I can't think of his name. I can't. Yeah, I didn't write it down either.
Brother Paul, wasn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Brother Paul. That's it.
Yeah.
Brother Paul, he's at the third spire, the spire of inspiration. If you'll meander about the path here, there's some aggregate stones, and they lead you around all 7 spires of the exterior wall. But the third spire is where you'll want to be at, because that's where he should be. He may be doing a archery test with one of the curates. Sure enough, you guys make your way past the gardens to the second spire. Then you can hear somebody yelling loudly, "Damn it, I told you! This! Pull it back like this!" And as you get past the foliage and some of the large brush, you can see the third spire, what they call the Spire of Inspiration, and it's overlooking a small archery range of about 5 targets downhill from the staging area, about 200 feet, 30 feet up from the targets. You see an older man. Brother Paul is 75 to 80 years old, and on his just on his gambeson, you can tell that he's been given a measure of authority here, because he has the various ropes and patches, tabs associated with someone who's been places, done things for the community, been recognized by the church for his numerous duties. And he's berating what looks to be like a 15-year-old kid, trying to show him how to properly use a compound bow. The kid's just not having it. Big kid should be able to pull it back without a problem.
Well, they all have to learn sometime.
Let's see here. I forgot what skill it is. I'm hold on, give me a second. I want to do something.
Is it a role play? Is it a role play thing? Because if it's just role play, just role play it. I'm not gonna.
Well, it is kind of a role play thing. It's like take a look at the. There we go. My craft skill and say, well, maybe this is like take a look at the bow and say, well, oh, there's your problem. You're like 200 pounds strong, tighter than you should be, or something like that.
Okay, just make a perception check. Just to verify.
Unmodified 99.
Like, take a look at there we go. My craft skill.
Unmodified 99.
Maybe this is
What does that mean?
He rolled a 99 out of 100 on his dice there, Janet. That's a really good roll.
Okay.
As he's looking at this, he can see a few flaws. One of them is that the bottom string of the bow looks like it's tied right, but the bow itself has a couple cracks in it. A few more pulls, and it's going to develop a serious structural capacity issue. which means that he's not going to be able to have a bow anymore. It's going to crack. It's going to break.
Well, I inform him of this, and I'm pretty sure I could make a few suggestions of how it could be fixed.
You hear the old man curse a little bit. He's like, I should have inspected this better. He said, he looks at you and you can see like the guy's got cataracts.
Yeah.
I've been around a bit. I probably should have taken better care of myself. What I'd like to do, it is what it is. How can I help you? And he looks at you guys.
I literally step back. Ogre, you're taking the lead on this. You've been taking the lead on this, I should say. That's how I meant to say it.
What I'd like to do.
Well, I could ask him. Are you Brother Paul?
That I am. And
Are
you're a priestess of Mir, are you not?
Yes, sir. And I'm here to ask you about the succubus you supposedly saw. And where did you see it?
Okay. Earlier today, for breakfast, I woke, and after I did my morning preparations for the day, I took a couple of my students and we went on a jog. We went across the cattle bridge towards the Street of Stampedes, and I felt like there was some great evil there.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough, we saw a group of people, about seven men, and a woman who were traveling along, and I just felt an irresistible evil radiating off the woman. Not exactly something I felt comfortable with, and I didn't think it was something that was normal, and so endangering myself, I openly cast a spell, which did cause quite a bit of consternation and alarm from the other citizens. Some of them recognized the divine nature of the spell which I was casting, and they were at ease. Others still remained to be panicking, and there was a small outcry. I did get the spell to cast, though, and from the divine sight that I was given from the spell, I could see that the fiendish woman was concealing her demonic nature, and she had two large black bat-like wings sprouting from her back. I had curates with me at the time, young men like this.
Solid black?
Solid black.
Lilith had black mixed with red, almost like her wings went bloody.
An absence of goodness radiated off this fiend.
Well, did she happen to notice that you had cast a spell on her?
Not only did she notice, all of her friends noticed. Two of them came after us, and my curate, which I had with me at the time, nephew Andrew, he stood between me and the thrall, and he took the majority of a punishment from him. I released my cudgel from my bonding, and I whipped it about, encircled the miscreant. Another one came at me from my right. I blocked his advance, and then there was three of us versus two of them. And then my curate took another head blow, so he was out. It was just 2-on-2, an equal fight for what many would think. But from what I could tell, this individual wasn't as skilled as I was, and I could block his blows pretty easily. I could see his target, his desired effect. And even though he was, using an edged weapon, I was able to subdue him, much like they had beaten my associate to the ground, bloody. And once he was dropped, the other member fled. And I noticed at that point that so had the strange woman and her demonic aura. They had gone eastward into the community, heading towards what appeared to be the tradeway exit. And you recognize that the tradeway gate is on the northeast side of town. It's not too far from Livonia's Park, and a lot of people just call it the North Gate.
Yeah.
So that do you think that she's going towards that place that has the orgs and the goblins and stuff?
She could be.
I have a quick question. Does succubus's wings change color based on how much life force energy they've absorbed?
Typically, they remain black.
Huh. Well, I'm asking because Lilith was described as having red and black wings. I'll admit that, like, player knowledge, that could just be an oversight by the GM.
Her wings were majority black, except they had red veins running through them.
That might have been me missing a bit of the detail then.
It's a possibility.
Did you know any of the men that you saw with her and her entourage?
Thought I recognized one or two of them as being members of low nobility, but the majority of men she had looked like they were of the fighting type. The north gate leads along the east route of the tradeway, but outside the gates, about a quarter mile, there are shops and businesses and campsites that have popped up within easy reach of the walls for people to run back towards the civilized area and duck into the gate, into the walled area for shelter should we have a problem outside the walls. But that hasn't been a problem for a few years. You guys kind of recognize that because you were just at one of the ends of Ogma on the tradeway. As you listen to him talk a little bit further, he says, "No, I recognize this was a fiend. I don't know why it was here, but I know she had about a half dozen men, maybe 7 men with her."
Well, I don't understand.
That actually, I just realized that does actually beg the question why she was here. Because if it is Lilith, we thought she was heading for the Frozen Tower. This is way far from the Frozen Tower.
Well, the thing is, now that I think about it, if she goes to the Frozen Tower, she runs out of a source of her energy.
Not necessarily. Succubus Succubus look human, but it doesn't have to be human. Human is just most efficient. Anything that's alive and probably not demonic.
So
what's the habit and the ecology of these succubi? Like, do they get in groups at times and pull their resources?
You've not heard of one running out of resources. Usually, the moment that they lay eyes on the civilization nearby, there's a legion of simps or gooners that will try to do their best to pursue and to ensnare, and they get ensnared, and then they get drained.
what happens to them after they're drained? They die.
They die.
Yeah.
Can't even be resurrected because their souls are lost upon the plains of the abyss.
So let's put it this way,
They
Janet.
explode after 2 hours.
Let's put it this way, Janet. Succubus is one of the absolute worst ways to go if you are religious.
Yeah, because there's no redemption.
Uh-huh.
Like Like that one degenerate that killed himself in that brothel that we took out way back
Yeah.
when. Freaking gooner zombies and simps. Great.
Just trying to understand why she's here in town. What is she trying to get? Because if she doesn't need just to feed, then there's no reason for her to come to the town. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if she can find whatever she needs wherever she's at, then why is she here?
Yeah, because I suspect, I'm not going to say it for a fact, but I suspect
She's
there was
here to gain
villages that
more
were closer
subscribers.
to where we first encountered her. And we can't, I know we're like Lilith, 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 but we can't completely rule out the idea that this is a different succubus. In which case, it makes total sense why she's here. It's just the closest supply of food when she was summoned. And if that is the case, we're looking at her at the town we were in all over again. Someone summoned her for some reason, either by accident or on purpose. But that's provided it's not Lilith. If it's Lilith, then yeah, we got to figure out why she's here.
Well, who
You
cares why
should
she's
hit up the
here?
market and see if
Who
there's
cares
somebody
why she's
selling
here?
bathwater.
Find her, we kill her.
Yeah. Well, if we could find out why she's here, we might be able to figure out where she's going if we didn't kill her the first time. If she's one of those demons that can keep coming back over and over again, we got to figure out what her end goal is so we can get there and cut her front.
Oh, well, that's an important reason to care. But yeah, okay.
Well, the fact that she's here in the first place is scary in itself because there's a reason why she's here. If somebody summoned her, we need to find out who that person is. And if she is here.
I think the scariest part is that we're seeing her again because, like I said, I could have sworn we eliminated Lilith. And we're seeing her again. It makes her powerful.
And for the record, I'm not specifically targeting Lilith. I'm generally targeting all succubus.
Oh, it's it's officially on a racial hate. It's now officially on a racial hatred. Got it.
Oh, yes. The first one I came across got into my head and made me attack my own team, my friends, and then she went after, and then another one went after Sylvia here.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that reminds me.
Bitches gotta die.
I gotta double check the number real quick. But on computer. Let's see here. Beta test loot. Nerdy, you and Sylvia each get 2,130 silver and 1,717 gold.
Okay. What was the silver again?
2,130. And that's each, so you guys get quite a bit.
And what was the gold?
1,714.
Alrighty.
In little itty bitty bars.
And where did all this silver and gold come from?
Finishing our last job.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and some of it came from selling the stuff we didn't want to. Not that much of it, but so we weren't carrying around a whole mountain full of shit on the way back.
All right.
Yeah, we need our own caravan trade of random junk. Did that.
So, are we going to go the direction he said to follow, or are we going to cast a spell to try to follow her trail? I mean, how do you guys want to?
Detect demonic or detect evil. Well, detect evil would be in and of itself useless because we would detect everybody in the city who has evil intent. And detect demonic, that has a limited range, so we'd have to like do a grid pattern, and that's if she stays. And if she's on to us, she can stay one ahead of the grid and then quickly swing back to where we've already been, and we wouldn't catch her that easily. So our best option is probably follow his lead and decide what to do after we figure out if that's actually useful or not. It's the best I could think of. Obviously, open to more any suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, we go to where he last encountered her. I mean,
Makes sense.
that's all we can do right now is just follow the breadcrumbs.
Yeah. That's about all. We don't have any choice.
I do suggest you keep detect. There is a detect demon. You there is a detect demon spell, or you already have it, right? I think you had it because of our last encounter with her.
Yeah, let me look. Let me look real quick on my
Because
spell.
either way, even if we don't do the grid, I suggest you keep that up just in case.
I don't know why I keep forgetting to write it down, because I have detect poison, detect magic, and that's it. I don't have it written down. So do I have that? Detect
I-
evil?
Yes,
Uh,
you do.
Let me write it down right now.
Does she also have detect demonic? Because I can't say it for a fact, but I could have sworn that was at least discussed, if not straight given to her.
It would be more like detect outsider.
Detect. Oh, okay. I remember the discussion. What exactly was said is lost on me.
You'll spend a few hours making a kind of a grid pattern on the northeast side of the town. You guys cross through the temple grounds of Baranoff. You cross through the northern market and warehouse area. While you're there, you do notice that a lot of the people that are there do not have friendly intent towards you because they're probably of a thieves guild, or they're of a sort that they've got nefarious agendas that do not involve you. They want to not involve you. You're a problem.
Being a problem is not my problem.
It sounds like a them problem.
And after some time,
Well, it sounds like an area that she would probably like, because if they don't like us, that means that they lean more towards.
it's definitely not awful.
Yeah. They're bad people.
Kind of high on the hot,
Yeah.
crazy metrics. She might have a goon squad with her. Anybody seen anything?
She might have convinced your buddy she's the only thing that exists.
About the 3 o'clock hour, you guys are taking a small reprieve. You've got about 6,000 steps that you put in today. One of the shopkeepers is giving you guys a little bit of a bowl of water for your dog. And that's when you see it. You see a young lady in a rather wonderful, looks like a springtime dress come up, and she's got these frost frills along her neck. She's got the lace that cascades down past her wrists. She's modestly covered up. Can't really see any cleavage on her. She's got more coverage than an Amish girl. She says, "Are you Quinn?" And your bard kind of looks around nervously for a second and says, "Yeah, I'm Quinn. What can I do for you?" "I've been looking all over town for you because I was told that you would be here." "Oh? What is the nature of your visit?" She says, "I have a message for you."
At this, I'm going to interrupt real quick. At this point, I'm putting my hand on my war axe, getting it ready for a quick unsheathing. I'm just ever so gentle, ever so subtly. I'm
I
just getting
literally
ready for
go, excuse.
combat.
I literally just go, if you're that worried about it, over. Excuse me, ma'am, and pour a bottle of holy water on her head.
Oh shit!
And when she gets mad, I'll literally explain to her, we've been tricked by too many succubuses not to be suspicious.
The lady's face kind of recoils a little bit. She's like, "What are you doing?" And you see her hair go from this wonderful set of curls to completely running down her head, following the contours of her cheek. And she slips a turquoise ring through her mouth, and she says, "Command cleanse." And you see a bunch of lather appear on her face. And then she says, "Command rinse." And now she looks like she's just pulled her face out of a basin. She takes her mop of hair and she pushes it out of her eyes. "That was rude."
Yes, and if you have been tricked by as many succubuses as we had, you wouldn't hesitate to do the same thing.
"What type of company would
I'm just gonna say I don't even know these assholes. I'm just walking.
Okay. Who sent you to find him?
Quinn, you apparently have a relative to the west in Quail Valley. And he had heard that you'd become what they call an adventurer. So your uncle had sought to contact you. I've been looking for you for over a month. I've been to Fort Dorgon. I've been to Gilboa. Nice little community. Very close-minded people there, but very nice community. And this scroll is yours. It explains about everything that you need to know if you so choose to help out your family, which you should. Quinn takes the scroll. Need to cast a detection spell on it. Okay, well, I believe you. It's not an explosive spell. That's great. It's not a. It's a message, Quinn. Stop being paranoid. And she turns around with a huff, and she just leaves.
Just before she gets a chance to turn around, I hand her a gold coin. Thank you for your understanding.
Get fucked! And she throws the coin at you. And
Thank you.
Okay.
the woman walks away with like her hair dripping down her back. Totally ruins the appearance of a woman who's of means and some measure of nobility or wealth and influence.
That went over like a lead balloon.
Well, I was
Awesome.
going to say something. I was going to say, it's interesting that she's been to all these towns and she was dressed so nicely, like she had money, yet nothing happened to her.
Well, the
She
fact that
wasn't
she's
robbed or.
bells, I would suspect that she would fry anybody who would try.
And traveling alone, also.
Quinn says, if she's related to Uncle Barry, then, or if she's part of Uncle Barry's cadre, I could see her being that could be his wizardess that he keeps on hand for some things. She's got a hell of a temper. We're lucky that she just told you to get fucked and she didn't like barbecue you.
Okay, well, I guess that was interesting.
So you leave. Are you guys wait and Quinn unfolds the scroll. He starts laughing and he puts the scroll up.
And I would like to point out for the record that the uncivilized barbarian isn't the one that pissed her off. And granted, I was getting ready to hack her head off, but why quibble over details?
Your girlfriend comes over to your side. My sweet and dear berserker, everybody knows that you only mean business when business is supposed to be done, and that old lady hadn't really caused a reason for you to get out of pocket per se. Now, did she? You did
No.
everything right.
I'm making a mental note to put ranks into diplomacy. You may need it.
I could have made a diplomacy roll. I actually have diplomacy. I just felt like being an asshole because there was something about that woman and the way she strode up that I didn't like. I don't know what it was. I honestly don't. It's just I instantly took a dislike to her.
A lot of messengers, especially messengers that are like they've been doing something for over a month. I've been looking for you for over 60 days, sort of thing. Their patience is
wandering
like
all over.
Shot. Here you go. I was supposed to give this to you. It's done. I'm going for my money. Fuck you. And they just have zero capacity for tact.
Someone's going to serve you to go to court. It's like that.
So she seems nice. Once you guys sit back, Quinn explains. He's like, okay, so right now we have a few things we could do. We could pursue strange succubus in town based on an older cleric that has the ability to cast detect cruise vision or whatever it is. We have the ability to go and venture forth to the east and explore what's going on with Gilboeth, the namesake for the community we are mostly all from.
Mm-hmm.
We could go find that, or we could go just a little bit less east to the tower, the ice tower, and stop the demons from headed towards what is it, Five Stones or Grimberg, whatever. The demons are sending a flow of a glacier of ice, like it's some gigantic, necromancer or some cold elementalist that's just pushing a glacier down through the valley, and he comes across these barbarian tribes where they have their homes set up, and he just plows right through them. We almost need a man with a strange cowled mask and a young blonde-haired boy from a town to go on an adventure to stop that miserable glacier. not a typical hero, a heroic pair. We need somebody special to go after that, because that's a different type of menace. A giant glacier going downhill. Where have I heard this before? Where indeed? If only there
Adam
was.
West and Burt Ward.
If only
That's
there
who we need.
was heroes that could take after this giant glacier. Remember that, Janet?
Yep.
Great cartoon, terrible script.
Wow. It was beautiful.
It had good music.
Incomplete.
It feels like there's a story that was just untold. They had a lot of stuff there that just could have gone a little further.
But I didn't fulfill the potential of the story.
Yeah. And if you like Conan the Barbarian, I might say
Mm-hmm.
this is coming out in June. Stop. Multi-faces, multiple hands, multiple weapons, shield. Icon Collectibles is putting it out. Frazetta Girls is making it possible. I believe it'll be shipping out of Florida in June. If you
Back
like
during
that.
his pirate days.
Say again?
Was that back during his pirate days?
I think so.
Some of that stuff.
Really like what Frazetta did with Conan. Anyway, so once you start making your way through that set of lists of things you could do, so we could go after the giant glacier, pursuing demonic influence, or we could go to the west, and I have an uncle that wants us to go and clear out his future castle. There's a guy in Quail Valley that I'm related to. That's nobility or landed gentry, but because the fact the family hasn't taken care of its holdings, some hobgoblins took over a castle. We don't got to go do it. If we want to go do it, we can.
Well, while we're not taking care of the succubus, they're just making more evil. So,
I mean,
Yeah, but there's evil all over the place.
there's,
I know.
Regardless.
I'm just saying, Miss Isabeau, there's plenty for us to do. We can pursue this succubus. We can try to figure out what the fuck's going on with her. I'd be more than happy to pursue it. But also, you know, there's going to be demons running around. We're going to bump into them, I think.
Well, I think we all know which one
Or-
I'm after. Which one I prefer.
How are our families doing?
That we haven't really explored that yet, have we? Been back in town
No.
for about 10 hours, had a nice long nap when we got back in, had some breakfast, talked with our handler, got paid our money, whatever we want to do, I guess.
well, I thought
It's 100 miles away.
This woman. I thought we were supposed to go after this. That we've been hired to go after this succubus. I thought.
Quinn says, I did not hear anybody say there was money involved with that one. I'm not saying that we can't.
Yeah, but it's a potential for something big, and it could hurt all of us and our families if we just let it just keep getting worse.
This is the way that I see it. We're in a city, a big ass city, with a big ass town guard, a city guard. I'm sure guard and be like, hey, notice some shenanigans going on. Be able to let a few off the regular roster to go check it out. In the meantime, can avoid getting Herpagonosyphilade simplex again. Go visit fam, see how they're doing. Hopefully the place ain't burned down. Do whatever with the other avenues of adventure.
Kind of like that idea.
It's just a thought. Every once in a while we got to take a big bite out of that shit sandwich. I just don't want to get a $5 foot long and have to cram that thing down my throat if I don't have to.
So you want to sit down and have your meal?
Now I want to go see if my family's alive, and hopefully there isn't any gobos or orcs or hobgoblins or what have you doing God knows what. And then afterwards, maybe do some proper adventuring. Because we can chase all these demons till we end up losing our shoes. But I got a feeling that this thing's going to be. It just has that feel. Plus the shit with the magical iceberg of doom.
Yeah, and that I think the iceberg has huge reason there is an iceberg, or whatever you want to call it, is because of the succubus. Is part of it.
And we've been informed
But I could be wrong.
that it would probably take more than what we got to take that on. So Quinn's uncle has a fort that he needs secured. He's a man of means, landed gentry, financial or political maneuvering. So
Yep,
we could do that, get him his house, maybe call on a favor later on, whether it be some men-at-arms or political maneuvering.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
And then Mongoose wants to get home because it's been forever and a day. And it'd be nice to see how it turned out. So we got a lot of different avenues to go and check out.
So is Quinn's uncle on the way towards our parents' homes or where we grew up?
Let me show you how this is set up a little bit. That way you understand just how you need to proceed here.
Maybe I can talk my man into coming with me so I won't be so lonely.
All right, so here we are in the city of Reme. Here's Gilboa, about
Enhance.
100 miles away.
Mhm.
And then Fort Doragon is over here. However, in the Quill Valley, that's where Quinn's family is originally from.
Yeah.
On the other side of the mountain. Interesting.
This little forest right here is called the Forest of Mist.
So is there like a pass or anything to go through the mountain, or we have to go over the mountain?
2 ways you go get to Eckland is where there's some work that needs done there in Eckland, because you guys always see on your information for the guild, whenever you go to the guild office, they
Mhm.
have runs from Reme to Eckland all the time. And Eckland, you've not really been to much. You've heard about it. You don't really fuck with it much. Not that it's bad. It's just it's like 400 miles out of your way, 500 miles out of your way.
And then, but see, if we go all the way to Eckland, how far is it to go all the way around the mountain to get to his uncle's?
There's a pass just to the north of the Western Acadian Forest. In this area here, between the two forests on the map, this is still fairly well wooded right here, but it's not quote unquote forestry wooded.
Mm-hmm.
There is a pass to the Dyer Cave area, or along the mountain slope here on the west side of the slope. There's a pass. Not many people use it because they've had a lot of accidents.
Goblins.
Goblins, orcs,
Yeah.
but the thing is that you guys, the town's kind of emboldened right now. There's been issues with orcs in the Green Mountains, and you guys have got some lore clans that they are wanting to start early in the spring and start culling the population of the orcs. So just like I'm just gonna say, like, if your barbarian friend ever decided to just throw a simple word out there, he's like, "Hey, brother, cousin, I want you to if you could just make a run up to Varzoth and then back down to Fort Dorgon and kill every orc you find. I think you guys would get a good workout, yeah, and you could possibly bump into some magic items or maybe a shaman, and ruining a shaman's day would collapse an orc tribe. Yeah, I think it would probably be to the local area benefit for him to say that to his cousins of the lore clans.
Picturing Christopher Walken in like a loincloth and fur boots.
How I have traveled long and far.
Too far.
God damn it! I miss Cardinal Sin so bad. He did such a good fucking.
I know, he was a doll.
He was so good at walking.
Yeah.
Isabu, have you ever seen such a wonderful thing as the throats of 30 orcs slit open in the morning dew and rising sun, with the sunlight glistening off their platelets as they spill down their necks and chests? Oh my, I'm feeling quite romantic.
No, but I did get to see his last stream.
I miss that guy.
Yeah, he was really talented.
Yeah, he was. Him and Clobby, man. I as much as I love Cardinal Sin, I miss Clobby more because like Clobby like spoke to my heart so many fucking times about
That's that group that I used to hang with on Saturday
yeah.
night. I don't talk to any of them anymore.
That
They've
sucks.
all like split up. Some went that way and some went with the other side.
I hung out with Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective on Thursday night. Did a stream with them because I didn't see you were broadcasting. So I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
I didn't do a show.
let me go hang out with these guys and paint miniatures online. The kids love it when I put the green on the York.
Mhm.
Okay. So that's kind of how you guys are looking at this right now. Go touch base with family. Go up to Gilboa. Come on, computer. There we go. You could travel to the city of from the city of Reme to Gilboa. Do another 300 miles outside Care Dyer. And by the way, Care Dyer is about as pacified as it's going to get. The young guards of Fort Dorgon that are employed by the coasters and traders, they have explored the first like 1,250 feet into the caves.
Mm-hmm.
So Care Dyer is kind of like a big cave network, and what they've done, they've mapped out a good chunk of it, and now they're renting and selling equipment to adventuring parties to go there and get their teeth kicked in.
We haven't been there before.
You guys have been there when you were younger,
That's what I
but
thought.
you didn't really explore it that much because you didn't really. You started going into it and you realized this is a big fucking cave network. No, and you guys were like,
Yeah, but I thought when you said it, I thought we'd been there, so that's why I said that.
It's not too far from Fort Dorgon. Actually, you guys stayed the night there before you went to Fort Dorgon and liberated it from the bandits that were there.
So now we got little shops that are selling like cloth and leather armor, bamboo poles, copper sword.
Well, it's kind of weird.
Go kill some level 1 slimes.
It's very interesting because there's a couple wizards that have taken up residence within Fort Dorgon, and they've started to sell to various adventuring groups. And one of them found something about 6 months ago, and he started selling this idea to adventurers. So whenever you guys get there, you're going to bump into William, and William will tell you about how he has this large idea of just sending adventurers into this hole in the ground until somebody cool comes out. That's what he wants to do.
Well, how will he know if they're cool if he isn't?
Because they have nicer stuff than everybody else in the fort.
Oh, okay.
Halfling, I am a dire halfling. Head and shoulders above the average halfling.
I am just a meager halfling, but I part my hair down the middle of my foot. I don't have the hair to do cornrows off my toes yet, but I will get there.
And when you do, you can start a OnlyFeats account.
better than an only cans account.
What's wrong with cans?
Have you seen the only cans account, Janet?
No.
Yeah, you did.
When?
Earlier today.
Only cans?
Yeah.
Oh.
You didn't see the picture of RoboCop and C-3PO cuddling?
Oh, yes, I saw that, but I was cans. I thought cans were people's butts.
No.
Oh. Because there's a couple websites like Rate My Boobs, and Rate My Penis. You could go and check it out. That's what I thought you were talking about when you said Rate My Cans or whatever.
Rule 34.
Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Ew. I can just hear R2 right now.
What would he do with them if they were dead?
I don't know. He's RoboCop.
He would take them with him?
He's like
He would just chain them up and
half
leave
meat,
them
half
free.
robot.
He'd leave them for the cops to come pick them up.
Well, I see my first Tesla that I might actually want to buy.
Oh, you saw the new ones? Oh, that one, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah, no shit, right? That looks
Okay.
freaking awesome.
So if we don't get rid of the chicken tax, I might be interested in that.
Yeah, but I want the chicken tax gone. Because who doesn't want a fucking $10,000 Toyota?
If we could get the Helix.
I don't think we have a chicken
That'd be
By the way,
tax.
can you show that again?
It's a camper, right? A pop-up camper?
Yeah, it's a pop-up camper. The new Tesla van.
Don't you have Tesla recharge stations out in the middle of BFE?
No.
Yeah, I know, right?
No. No such thing.
Okay, thank you.
That is cool.
I'm really impressed by this. I would completely.
How many double A's does it run on?
How many double A's? Oh,
A lot.
a lot.
Because the amount of Radio Shack brand double A's that I bought for the Game Boy just might work.
They don't last as long, though, I don't think, for a car that big.
Soy based, I hope your hand is doing okay. You still got your digits?
Actually, my arm is almost completely healed.
Really? Oh, wow, it does look better. I was really worried.
What'd you do? Get
I got
jacked?
burned at work. I put my hand on the muffler of my little power washer pump on my truck. I was trying to get the gasoline cap off, and I was hasty, and I didn't mind my positioning, so that happened.
I feel your pain. When I was real young, 3 or 4, my uncle got a brand new Harley, drove around all day, parked it out on the lawn at grandparents' house. And I saw the shiny chrome, and I was like, oh, cool, got to grab it. Torched my hands.
Awful.
Yeah, had them wrapped up for a week or live and learn.
My ear's almost better. When I yawn and stuff, it doesn't
What
make
happened to your ear?
What?
that same vibrating sound, whatever. So,
Does it sound like everything's underwater still?
yeah, it's half as bad as it was last night. So it's gotten that much better over the
Good
night.
time.
It's good. So I think I'm gonna have my hearing completely back by tomorrow, probably. Thank goodness. But you're smart when you said that about hanging the plugs on there, because when you're in a hurry and you grab it, you know what I mean? You just didn't think about it.
Mm,
Great idea.
stock I use. I got a little storage compartment, a little tactical stock that I got, and that fits, a little drink packet or some earplugs, some tactical Skittles.
So, I'm thinking that you guys are wanting to head to Gilboa.
Yeah, let's go check on Fan.
I would like to.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll go to.
As much as I want
I
to
want
go.
to pretend that. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Here's some money. Oh, everybody's still alive? Cool. 45 minutes later. Well, gotta go.
Yeah, don't I have a boyfriend waiting for me?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, well, I'd like to go see him, and hopefully I don't get knocked up and it keeps me from being able to join the group.
I don't know. What was it? Like a year?
Yeah, it's been a long
You can't get
time.
any bluer than that.
Yeah.
Good God.
So, when you guys get back to Gilboa, Sylvia, well, you guys notice one around this on the southern end of town, and what normally people call the campsite. There's war clans that are already there. In fact, it looks like there's about 400 horses that are grazing along the meadow on the southern hills of the city. And then you see that the community, the the walled community, didn't used to have a wall. They're building a wall around your hometown. You guys made it. Your city is actually becoming a quote unquote a city. It's getting a wall.
Wow.
And
Crazy.
yeah, it looks like it's a combination of work between some of the young boys of the lore clans and some dwarves and some human males. As you proceed through the work zone, the work area, you see that there are women present, but they're hauling jugs of water to various locations to make sure the men stay hydrated. You hear some loud noises as you realize that there are dwarves that are drilling for water wells over here as well. Down in the limestone, there are aquifers that you know that lay underneath your little community. You guys get within the actual southern side of the town at first, and that's when neighbors start to see you and people that watched you grow up. And that was when any semblance of you having a normal day has ended. Because at this point, they start shouting, "Hey, our guardsmen are back." And that's apparently how the city has started to, that's their nomenclature for you. Our guardsmen. And at that point, you hear sounds and songs, percussion, wind instruments, and you hear Quinn kick in with his mandolin, and you can hear the impromptu celebration start. Like 2 weeks before the spring festival, before the what do they call that? The equinox. 2 weeks before that, the city goes into complete Friday mode. Friday at 6 p.m. And you can almost smell the charcoal hit the grills. You can almost see the people starting to get the boiling water ready for pastas. And you guys are marched towards the downtown portion of Gilboa, past the Temple of Mirror, and inside the square itself, where you guys are proceeded to be corralled towards the Century Bar. They call it the Century Bar because it's been there for over 100 years, actually closer to 150. and your friends and neighbors, some members of your cousins, they start seeing you, and the word starts to spread. In fact, the town almost gets this jubilant theme across it. You've been missed. And as 7 days of traversing over 100 miles gets forgotten about quickly, as your boots are pulled off your feet, and you see that there's a few ladies that are brought out from the concierge services of some of the local inns, and they go to work with wet towels, salves, start to massage your thighs, your calves, and your feet
Awesome.
Freaking spa day.
in public. You got piles of like chainmail, leather, hide boots thrown aside, and one of the town council members, he rides up on his horse and is pulling his little burro behind him. He's like, "What? We weren't even expecting you. You're home." Councilman Chambers, one of the few individuals on the city council that does not have a vineyard.
We're happy to be back.
Hail, councilman.
One of the groups of town ladies of the I would say of the upper crust class says, "Sylvia, that's so nice to see that you're still with him. Will you come with us for a little bit?" Can she go?
Yeah.
All right. Off she goes, and they take her to one of the textile shops. While she's gone and you guys are there talking, finally, members of your immediate family started arriving. And you see that the first fruits of the supper hour have started as some of the shop owners and innkeepers, they start rolling out their appetizers. Some of them load them up on carts and start wheeling them towards the town square where you guys are pretty much parked underneath some of the grove of oak trees that's there as you're being massaged and getting rubbed down. You know, my God, it's good to see you. And most of you are in no shape to stand because you've got one or two people that's there working on your feet and pulling the muscles to the point to where they're being stressed and then being able to relax and then stressed once again. As they continue to work on your feet, the family arrives. Like this happens to all of you. Quinn was able to play for a little bit, and finally his mom comes along and he stops his mandolin and he gives her a big hug and he's like, "Mom, I've got something. You've got to see it." And then the dog and him leave. About maybe 30 seconds later, the dog comes back and attaches itself to the barbarian, while the barbarian's getting completely completely relaxed by the work on his muscles. Finally, after about an hour of this, your massages are completely over, and the women tell you, like, just go easy on the alcohol, drink plenty of water, and they leave. They'll come back with pitchers of water for you, which you guys heartily drink down. You're given chips, you're given salsas, you're given bits of avocado, some large slices of a pineapple, and bits of slices of apple dipped in peanut butter.
Mm.
You guys are being fed like right here underneath all the trees, and there's a group of about 300 people there listening to your stories and what happened to you in Dunamon, and just all the various things that happened. Just completely blew by you. You know, like yeah, I guess this was the last 6 months, wasn't it? You weren't expecting that.
Well, it's nice to be loved.
Finally,
Yeah.
after you've been talking with some of the others for a little bit of time, while you're talking to some of the others, these other family members that are there listen to the mayor, Mayor Aaron Sarparond, as it's properly pronounced. He comes along and he's like, "Well, we weren't expecting you to come back. It's nice. We weren't literally thinking that we were going to have a celebration on the fourth day of the week, but here you are, and I hope everything's well with you. About this time, your families are starting to arrive, and there's a little bit of wine circulating amongst the community. Some people are slurring their words. It sounds like Nancy Pelosi at 6 p.m. at night. Cormac and some of his guards are there. Hey, we just made it back into town too. We're done working in Reme. We're now working here.
Awesome. What will you be doing here?
Taking over the Westgate guard duties. I've got a team of 12 guys. We're dividing up into three groups of four, and we have a schedule. Everything's going good. We've got the ability to procure money, and of course, the ability to spend it well. But the town came to us as like we kind of miss you, and hopefully things are going good for you in Reme. And I let them know that we were for sale or we were for hire because our contract with the guard, with the coasters and traders, was coming to an end. If I can go live at home and not have to worry about being on the road, I'll do that.
Good choice.
And about that same time, you guys see a young, strapping lad. Where's that figure at? Looks like a 17-year-old boy using a flail and a shield. And he's like, Isaboo! He runs up to Isaboo, gives her a big old hug, gets her feet off the ground. As they start serving you guys cuts of pork, large bowls of potatoes, cheeses, and French-style bread.
Mm.
Sylvia comes back to the party, and she's in a kind of a resplendent outfit, but she looks more like the swashbuckling dagger and short sword wearing girl that she was before. And she's like, I bought some new things, honey. How do I look? Cormac and them leave. You guys continue to eat under the center square of the town for about another couple hours before you all return back to your family homes and enjoy your nights with your family. For the next 3 days, that's what you guys do. You don't even see each other. Majority of you are seeing in-laws, family members, catching up on what happened 6 months ago, talking to others about your time with the guild. That happens without your real input. However, about day 3, the things finally start coming to the momentum, the newness of being back in town is worn off, and you guys start, wondering what the rest of you are doing. You haven't really seen each other. You're all at your various locations. Of course, Mongoose made his way up north to Fort Doregon. It only takes him a short time to travel the 500 miles to get there. He burns his candle as hard as he can. I guess I should probably introduce that aspect of what's going on. Mongoose. About a week goes by, and you make your way to Fort Doregon, and you see your mom, your dad, your wife, your children. You see the entirety of the community. And once you're able to get a word in edgewise as to what happened, your wife and your father say something to you.
Okay.
Mongoose, we have an opportunity.
To
Hear me out. The Guild of Ghosters and Traders wants us to sell this to them. They want to pay 1,500 gold to us, along with giving us the ability to be able to come back and not have to pay to be in one of their common rooms. That would mean that we could either stay here and build another home within close proximity to Fort Doregon, or we could move down to Gilboath or Reme.
yeah.
Your mom says, we didn't do anything to help you with this. This was something that you and your friends did. All we would ask for is 50 gold so we could get started in Reme, because we have friends down there, and you and your wife could stay in either Reme or Gilboath, wherever you want to be. But it's up to you. I haven't said yes. We were waiting for you to come back, because it was your efforts that even liberated this place.
I'm actually going to need some time to think about that.
Okay. Your mom gives you a big hug, and she says, I don't mean to bomb you with ideas or with stress. I love you, my son. Your dad's like, we're very proud of you. We're very proud of you. I need to do a better Oriental accent. I fuck up my art too much.
Mr. Washi from Family Guy.
Yeah. Shitty walk. So that's you guys in a nutshell. After about a week, those of you that are in Gilboath kind of get tired, and you'll send a message to each other and be like, hey, what are y'all doing? Oh, not much. Yeah. Want to go meet at the bar?
Sure.
Mongoose, you're away from the party.
Oh,
You're
right.
in Fort Doregon. You've got about 3.5, 4 days touching base with family and bumping around with people and discussing things. And then on night 5, roll me a knowledge arcane check, because you're a fuck with her sort of person. You're fucking with
Yeah.
things.
Knowledge arcane. $99 total. Is 9? No, 95. Excuse me.
Altogether?
Yeah.
Well, along with that spell that you were given earlier, as you're discussing things and doing experiments with it, you kind of come across a magic item recipe. I put it into Gilded on Spells and Magic, but you discovered a way for you to do crafting for a menacing weapon. And what it does,
Okay.
it makes uh, creatures, people that are flanking a foe, get more extra to hit. They get bonuses to hit of plus 10%.
Cool.
And the spell you need in order to be, whenever you're casting this, when you create this, is Phantasmal Killer. Because for some odd reason, that's just one of the spells that seems to be part of this. But you add that to your crafting repertoire. Should you ever want to design a weapon for Miss Sylvia or augment the axe that nerdy's got.
Might just see about doing that in our downtime.
It's a possibility. It would take you about 5 days.
Sounds good.
Okay. So
I would like to I tell William that I would like him to go with me. We're going to go meet up my friends. It's time for them to meet him.
okay. William is kind of awestruck. He's like, I get to meet your friends now? Okay. Awesome. About that same time, when you guys get there, Roberto and Tomas are kind of looking down a little bit. Roberto says, "Hey guys, I hope you're doing well." He orders a pitcher of beer, a couple bottles of wine. You guys start sitting together at the Gilded Pig. The Gilded Pig is the primary, if you want pork in your diet restaurant, this is exactly where you go. More
Good.
pork, more pork. So the wait staff comes up with some cutlets and some various loin pieces. Roberto tells you, he's like, "Listen, not that I don't love being with you guys, but my contract is a little different than yours, and I'm going to leave. No offense to my brother Tomas, he's really good at what he does, but I've got to do my own thing, and I've been riding on Tomas's coattails the last few months. I haven't really even done much, so I think it's time. But if the future is kind, we'll be together again. I just have to learn to get good."
Well, I give him a big hug and tell him thank you.
He's like, "You, Isabu, continue to work at your trade. You're really good as a cleric. Every person here has been prolonged in their livelihood because of you." Then he leaves.
Have a good life, whatever you choose to do.
About 5 minutes later, Cormac comes in and he's like, "Wow, I can't believe how lucky I just got."
What happened?
Roberto just hired on as my chief bow officer, and he's going to get everybody in the town's guard trained up because he feels like his path is more dealing with this than being in a dungeon. So I just hired him on.
Awesome.
Cormac's like, "Hey, it'll be fine. You know, we'll be here waiting on you." Tomas just kind of gives him a sour look. He's like, "Fuck you." About the same time, everybody starts noticing that Sylvia's got some new duds, and people are kind of impressed because usually she's just kind of walking around in a Tigra like outfit. If you remember that, let me pull it up again. That young girl from Fire and Ice, she wears like so little,
Yeah.
and up until this point, this is how she dressed. However, there is the fact that she wanted to be a little more modest.
Yeah.
It's really a good looking outfit and good looking set.
That's a cool figure.
Yeah, it is. I'm kind of jealous as to who owns the scenery, that the scenics for that. That looks really good. Gotta ask Sarah if she's the one that has all this. Okay. But now she's a little bit more dressed modest. She has a blouse. She has a skirt. She looks like she's actually like any other merchant girl. But you guys notice that whenever she sits down, you can see like where her knives are hidden. And for those of you that know Sylvia, for those of you that know her, she's a dagger master.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
her main thing is being like a master of the little daggers, and she's got about 7 of them tucked on her body now. She's really good.
She's pokey.
The Shiv Queen.
Say again?
I said she's pokey.
Yes, she is. She likes making people scream and bleed, preferably bleed more than scream. Okay, so now that you guys have gotten your party outfitted a little bit, this guy's name is William, you said, Isabel?
Yeah, that's what I wrote down when you first said I met him.
Yeah, William is kind of a young kid. He seems to be a worshiper of Mir as you are, but his demeanor's a little different. He seems to be like that of a, best way you could put it is kind of like a squire. And he seems to take that mentality outside of the bedroom. Like he's always defaulting, like, let me help you. Let me make sure you have your armor. Let me make sure your weapon's ready. In fact, that's one thing you notice about him. A lot of people spend about a half hour to an hour working on their armor at night. After supper, that's all he does. The guy is completely committed to making sure that his weapons and armor are in tip-top shape. The guy takes exquisite care of his weapons. Anybody here ever have a Hispanic friend when they were growing up in high school, and the guy would like spend like 4 hours polishing his hubcaps? That's this guy with his weapons and armor.
Yeah.
I never knew anyone like that.
Not all the hubcaps matched.
Yeah, there was a family in Decatur, Illinois that like they had a machine shop, they had a mechanic shop, they had 2 young boys, and those kids spent so much time making their weapons, making their pickup trucks look so good, and then they threw thousands of dollars at making the nicest lowriders you'd ever see. And I'm not a guy for lowriders at all. Anyway, so that's this guy. Cormac tells you what's going on, and he says that when Cormac shuts up, Quinn tells you guys. He says, "I've been doing some things. I've been working on myself lately, and you'll find out that I've been working as hard as I can because I think I know how to get people to be even in a better sense of a contributor to the teamwork side of the tactical work we have to do. You'll see it next time we have to do something."
Okay.
So, majority of you are just enjoying yourself, having a few beers, some food at the Gilded Pig. Ogre, your dog, and he looks kind of like a white Australian border collie.
Okay.
He's you guys picked him up from the boat, and you guys had your boat adventure last week. I know you don't probably want to do this, but if you're ever bored, just look up the stream from that night. I think it went really well. It's probably one of the best games I've ran for y'all, and I wish you would have been there, but I know you were busy.
He was interested.
I kept the party on their toes. You've got a dog now. Along
I've
with
got
your
a dog
girlfriend.
now.
Yeah, you've got a dog and a girlfriend, and girlfriend is kind of interested for the fact that like he looks like a white border collie, Australian Shepherd, more than border collie, but he's friendly. He's happy.
Very active dogs.
Yeah.
It's a work breed.
Mm-hmm.
So discussing that, you guys, you're about you don't have Mongoose with you. He's up north at Fort Doregon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys want to do?
Well, I was going to introduce William to everyone.
Yay!
Finally meet him and know who he was.
Hi guys. My name is William. I'm 19 years old, and I've known Ms. Isbu for a while. I've been waiting for her to get back, and she told me that she wants me to come with you. A lot of you would have
He
considered.
really does exist.
Say again.
He really does exist.
Wait, did you not think I existed? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, okay. No, I'm real. I'm real. She means the world to me, and I've been doing what I can to make sure that kept everything straight. And her mom and dad were letting me stay at their place because they they have a dream where Isabu comes back and she turns into this baby machine, and she takes over the business. But she's 22.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really make sense to get all excited about that yet.
I'm not ready yet.
He looks at you, and his big blue eyes are just kind of massaging your soul, Isabu. He's giving you that look like we got plenty of time to do things, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a lot of anticipation, and he's got anxiety in his eyes too. You can tell he's kind of fearful about shit.
Well, I've told him about what some of the things that we've done and what we've seen. So I'm sure he's going to be shocked when he starts to see some of the things that we're seeing. It's going to be hard on him. But if he feels he can't do it, if he starts to feel like it's not for him, then he can come back here. That's if it's okay with you guys. I wanted you guys to meet him.
Oh,
William, toss the ring. No, I think I'll keep it. Bum, bum, bum.
if you guys want me to come with you, I'll be happy to. I'm what a lot of people would consider to be an armor smith, and that was my first thing I did as I was growing into a man. I still have a lot to learn, and I'd be more than happy to help you with that.
That's cool.
Well, I mean, after we're done a little bit, we'll talk about it, separate away from him, because I don't want him to feel like, there's no place for him. But if you guys think that he could help, then I would like for him to come with us. But if you don't, I want you to be honest, because I don't want him to put us at risk.
Well, William, are you prepared to have your mind ensorcelled by a succubus? At this point, it's become a rite of passage with this group.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, it's scary.
Big god titties. I like big god titties.
For sure. All men do, I think, to a degree.
Well, to be honest, goth is optional. It's just the big titty parts.
Well, the thing is that he wants to give it a go and see whether or not he can deal with it or not. And if he feels
Speaking
like
of big titties,
then he can come back here.
you see that video of Nancy Pelosi from like 30 years ago talking about tariffs?
Mm-hmm. I shared that. I shared that on the show last night. That's one of the things that we talked about. She's wearing that purple outfit and she's got that white paper and she's flipping it, talking about the differences. And it's like, yeah, it's funny how they change their whole point of view, isn't it?
Right up there with Biden and
Copious amount of vodka
Obama
will do that.
and Hillary and even Bill,
Mm-hmm.
talking about securing the border and deporting illegals, and everybody's rah rah yay, rah rah yay.
And now they're suing Trump so that they can't take them. Get rid of them. Funny, isn't it? So you really think
that they're
really
Greeks?
thought Mary she looked good?
Oh, the Romans are empire. But I digress.
But you really thought Nancy Pelosi looked good in that video? Or were you?
Oh, hell no.
Oh.
No, I'm totally joking. Little Josh is hiding right now.
Okay,
You
I
don't find that good at all.
I don't favor the sons of Ishmael at all. Okay, I can't stand them. But I gotta say, Nancy Pelosi would be great with a dirty rag in her mouth in a burqa. Because I can't stand anything about her. And maybe a hood over her head too. You know.
Well, a burqa is basically like a
Stuffy.
hood over her head, right?
Okay, I'm going to bring up. I'm going to bring up a reference to a classical movie. Sam Hill Goes to Frogtown.
Oh,
Anybody?
Yes.
We never saw it.
Yes.
Okay. You
Roddy
know that
Piper.
scene where that frog chick is trying to get with Sam?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I am without context here, so I need. Apparently, there's a new movie that we got to put on the list, Janet.
I guess I haven't seen that.
Well, if you watch that,
Rowdy
you guys
Piper.
see,
It stars
Trouble
Rowdy
on
Piper.
Frogtown sequel.
Oh my God, this looks terrible. Here's the IMDb.
It is awesome.
After a worldwide nuclear war where 68% of the male population was wiped out and virile men were becoming a rarity, Sam Hill, a scavenger and highly virile man, is assigned to help rescue a group of fertile women kidnapped by humanoid frogs.
The practical effects are awesome.
I don't understand. Can you show us a picture of what they look like? I mean, are they women or are they frogs?
No.
Yes.
Okay, they're women frogs. Trying to see it. It's too small. That's a woman?
No.
Oh.
No, that's one of the men.
So the human women.
Yeah, there you go. This is the scene.
God.
That's the guy. That's the guy. Is this a porn?
No.
No.
Well, it's
really
it's a low budget 80s action movie, so you know.
I never seen it.
They
Yeah,
get
put
away
it
with
on
a
the
lot.
list. I don't think I can come up with a mask like that though.
I think Janet could probably come out with an outfit like that. Her in a denim vest and denim jeans, that would be rocking. Or she could dress in a bikini.
The thing is that that's not a
Well,
frog woman.
okay. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If she dresses in the denim vest and jeans, she has to put on the exploding chastity belt.
Oh my God.
I want to dress up as a fembot. I'm still excited about that costume. We haven't done that movie. But that's not a frog woman.
No, that's one of the highly virile women that's remaining, hoping to find a man that can
So
beat
he's not
her.
sleeping with frog women. He's trying to make regular women pregnant so they can have human
Yes.
babies. Okay.
Yes.
The only thing bad about that is that, frogs like put out a lot of stuff. And that might be hanging around in their
Return to Frogtown. Return to Frogtown has Lou
There you go.
Ferrigno and what's
So
his name?
if you
Robert
kiss that
Jadar?
toad, will he turn into a prince?
No, but you might get herpes.
Oh,
Where is this movie at? I've never heard of this before.
I haven't either. Never seen it. And who's that actor?
Really?
Why does it look familiar?
That's you don't know who that is?
That's Rowdy Piper.
Is he?
That's Rowdy Piper. Have you
Is he
seen
a wrestler?
They Live?
Yeah. Oh, it's the same guy from
You've
They
seen
Live.
They Live?
Yeah, I've seen
It's
They Live.
him.
Okay.
That's John Nada.
I bet he had a good time making that
Tap
movie.
to unmute. Tap to unmute.
Last Emperor, and the 9 Academy Awards it so richly deserved. Consider the profound emotional experience of a truly great film, then forget it, sweetheart.
Yes, better blow it out your exhaust pipe, cinema lover, because here comes fun with hair on it.
Oh, that's disgusting.
You're gonna see the biggest piece of shattering entertainment that ever molested your sensibilities.
That sounds great.
Want a plot? Here it is. It's the end of the
Oh my
20th century,
God.
and mankind has blown its wad. The fate of humanity rests in the groin of one man.
Their leader,
This
Commander
is
Tony,
what
has kidnapped some
would be
pilgrims who
porn.
wandered into their territory. We're gonna get them out, and then you're gonna get them pregnant.
Yes, if you want a brilliant film, you can go right to
We're
Hell.
going to Frog Town.
Hell Comes to Frog Town. Starring wrestling superstar Rowdy Roddy Piper.
I've never heard of this movie.
Move over, Mr. Mel Gibson and Mr. Robert De Niro. Here comes acting talent and sensitivity like you've never seen.
You are one weird dude.
And speaking of talent, turn green, Ms. Meryl Streep. Here's Sandal Bergman, the exquisite star of Red Sonja and Conan the Barbarian. Hell Comes to Frog Town, a story of mutant sex and people like you and me. It's hot, it's wet,
And it's bad.
it's Hell Comes to Frog Town.
Holy shit balls. You really want to put that on our list?
You made me watch. I mean, how many bad films? We have
You
so
made
many.
me watch way more bad films than I've made you watch. I've made you watch G.I. Jane, which wasn't that bad, and Bad Girls. And we are also going to do Charlie's Angels. So. I'll watch Hell Comes to Frog Town. That doesn't look so bad. I bet it's better than Willy's Wonder World or whatever it was called.
Watch this and the sequel, and you will not be disappointed.
She did the sequel.
You might feel a little dirty afterwards.
There's a
but you won't be
sequel. What is
Yeah.
it? Baby tadpoles or something?
It's Return to Frogtown, also known as Frogtown Part 2. That came out
He
in the
goes
early
back
90s.
there because he wants to get lucky.
It's got Brian James, Robert Z'Dar,
Oh, I love Robert Z'Dar.
Lou
Have you seen the
Ferrigno.
second one?
They play Texas Rocket Rangers. So think of
Texas
Rocketeer,
Rangers.
low budget Rocketeer. It's
Mhm.
great.
Yeah, that sounds great. Well,
Oh, and Rhonda Shear's in it too. I forgot about that.
I love Robert Z'Dar. That's the part that I can't get over. Like Robert Z'Dar. Oh, this is great.
how did you not see it
Yeah.
before?
I don't know. Well, I do know because it was a Roddy Piper movie, and after we watched They Live together as a family, my mother said I'm never again going to watch anything with him in it.
Oh,
My mother hated They Live.
why?
My mother is not an erudite woman.
Well, I
if-
guarantee she's gonna hate you watching this movie.
She hates the fact that I watch the movies I watch, and I can't stand fucking TCM. Okay, I fucking like if I see Barbara Stanwyck in a goddamn movie, I almost want to vomit. It's like anything
My
that Drew
grandmother
Carey-
loved Barbara Stanwyck. Isn't
My
she
mother-
from that Bazanza or some the Ponderosa or something?
Big Valley, I think,
Oh
wasn't it?
yeah, Big Valley. That's it.
Big Valley.
Yeah, and the fact
She
that I
always
know
had that
that
look
makes me sad.
Like she was a great
The fact that I
actress.
know Barbara Stanwyck.
She had that resting bitch face or something. It was just really weird. I can never get.
I
a hold
just
of it.
don't like Barbara Stanwyck. I've been overexposed to everything she did, and I'm completely content not to ever watch another film with Barbara Stanwyck in it
Well,
again.
I remember my grandmother on my mother's dad's mom. So I guess it's my great grandmother. She had a hairstyle just like Barbara Stanwyck, and I think Sandy and I told us one night on that stream that you were on with us, Bruce, where my grandma had this huge giant wood table, and she had a big bowl of fake fruit on it, and she had all those fake grapes, and Sadie and I were picking up the apples and taking bites out of them, putting them back, stuff like that. And she was trying to whip our ass when we get under that table. She couldn't get us. I mean, we were little, but I remember that. So she was the one that had her hair cut and looked like Barbara Stanwyck.
The fact that they have good practical effects in that movie for the humanoid frogs, I'm intrigued.
I like frogs.
It kind of reminds me of a proto Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
With sexy girls. See, I felt sorry for the Ninja Turtles because they didn't have girlfriends that were frogs or
they did actually.
Yeah, they did. There was one, Venus, I believe.
Oh, I never saw it in the movie.
Boring as shit too.
Well, you'd be bored if you had 4 boyfriends, or weird. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She's worn out. Sorry. Oh.
On that note, meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Oh, yeah. What's going on?
All right. So, with
sorry about that.
With you guys, is there anything else you need to discuss before you go pick up Mongoose?
Just gonna say hi to my fam, drop off some cash. Probably good.
Yeah, the last time I came here, I brought a baby cow.
Oh, and those awesome ashtrays that I bought.
That's right.
Almost forgot.
The glass ones. Encouraging them to smoke.
Yeah, when you get home, when you get to see your family,
it looks good.
Lemmy, your family is enamored with the fact that Quinn is pretty much like his home's like 200 feet away, and some of the local kids that have gotten into music, Quinn's leading a concert right now, so you don't really say much to your family. You just kind of go and watch your buddy Quinn play. And you notice that his style has gotten more melodic. He's kind of turned into a almost Steve Vai-esque sort of stringed mastermind behind the instrument. So he's rocking that. And then afterwards, you talk with your mom and dad, discuss things with them. Your brothers, the 6 brothers and sisters that you've got, are very happy to see you. Your mom turns into just a woman that does nothing but cry after you start putting the money out. Here, Mom, I brought some back for you. She starts bawling her eyes out.
Aw.
Literally,
that's typical.
God, I almost want to take cues from The Jerk. Whenever the son comes back to the family. But your family is very respectful of you, and they like the fact that you remember them and you try to prioritize for them. They're excessively thankful. And after that, you guys go out, and one of the local shops, they specialize in poultry wings. And the young girl that waits on you while you're there with your family, she's wearing a real tight set of orange booty shorts and has this skin-tight white leather that makes her boobs look a lot bigger than what they actually are. You know this girl. You grew up with her. Her mom's not built like this. But the whole time she's
serve
there,
a great cup of coffee.
She tells you that we've been going through problems lately, and the restaurant's probably going to close. We have to sell.
Well, how much do you need to stay afloat?
Let me go get the manager for you. And the manager comes out, and at first he's like, you can hear him arguing with her in the office. What do you mean you got a friend? What do you mean you know a guy? What? No, Lenny's back in town. He wants to know how much you need in order to keep this open until next time he gets back. Are you serious? He's out there right now. Go talk to him. So Tony comes out. Tony, you know his name's Tony because it's on his forehead. Tony. Tony says, "So, yo, Lemmy, huh?"
Yes, sir. I hear you. You're having some financial difficulties.
Well, you know, I mean, it's just a season. You know, nobody wants poultry wings whenever it's midwinter. They want the whole bird. You know, and we can only get so much. We can only do so much. We're just a small mom and pop, and we can't really afford the whole poultry. And the turkeys are out of season, and the guinea birds. Nobody wants a guinea bird because of all the noise it makes while you're waiting for it to get to the right size. So we've been trying to sell eggs in the morning and wings in the evening, and you got. Here's what I can do. I'll bring you in as part owner. If you give 3,000 silver. First off, your friends, you're part of a group with the locals, and you all went off to go get trained by the Traders and Coasters Guild, right?
That's correct.
So whenever you guys come in town, you let me know. You'll never be hungry again. Second off, I'm going to be with you coming in as a partner. I have to report to you every month as to how much money we made, how much money we spent. We can kind of figure things out from there. But I'm going to have to be accountable to you. And even more important, what?
In the event that I am out running errands for the Trader and Coasters Guild, you can forward the information to my brother Nico. He'll be able to keep in touch with me.
He's probably going to give you his daughter if you can't pay the tab. Just a thought.
Nico, huh?
God. Yep.
All right. But I'm telling you, I have no problem dealing with your brother Nico. You know what I don't want? I don't want your brother Nico hanging out here staring at my daughter Celeste's boobs.
I'll pass that along. Got nothing to worry about.
Appreciate that. Says, what I'll do for you, well, that'll come in the future. But my daughter Celeste came to the office and she told me that you were here. You'll be able to get us out of this situation. One of my first plans is to we're going to rename the business. What do you think about Juicy Thighs? You think that would sell? You think that'd be good for the marquee, the swinging wood outside? Or should I just call it Hooters?
There might be a copyright infringement there. Juicy Thighs. Sounds way better.
I think he's got something going.
didn't mean to kill Murdy. That was unintentional.
That was funny.
Juicy thighs it is, because we've been going. Moist poultry is not where it's at. The moist poultry was scaring off the kids. I was hearing the kids talk in the park, the youngsters, and all they ever said was, "It's moist." Bunch of 9 and 10 and 15-year-olds. It's moist. Well, come to my fucking restaurant. You like it so fucking much. But no, they wouldn't. They'd keep their carcass to themselves, the little shits. And there we went down the drain. About the same time, you hear Crystal, the youngest daughter of the three, working on a chisel and hammer. And she comes out about maybe 30 minutes after that, and she shows you the sign that's going to hang by the hooks. Moist thighs. No, that's not it! God damn it! She goes back to work. Juicy Thighs comes out an hour later on the wood. She chiseled it very nicely. You see a chicken with some thickalicious thighs, huge breasts, and a bikini outfit. And he's like, "That's perfect." So she goes out to the sign with a DeWalt claw hammer, and she pulls it out and puts up the new sign. She hands you the wood for the old sign that said moist poultry. She gives you the other sign that said moist thighs. Now you have two useless little signs.
Awesome.
You can use it to beat fucking goblin heads on or whatever you want. As you're getting ready to leave, Celeste pulls you aside and says, "Thank you for talking to my daddy. And then she gives you a giant hug and damn near smothers your face in the leather bustier that is customary outfit that she wears. From afar, she looks really good. When you get up close to it, it smells. her boobs.
As leather does.
Her boobs smell like fucking feet wrapped in bacon.
What's wrong with bacon?
Nothing's wrong with bacon. Nothing.
Unless it's been ruined by having it wrapped in feet. Or having.
I bet that's a fetish on Feed or Us.
Janet, you got to get a
Only feet.
Janet, you got to get a feed account.
I keep being told I need to try it.
I bet you would make money if you put some thick bacon and just wrapped it around your feet.
Yeah, just put my feet in bacon bits and all kinds of different stuff.
No, not bacon bits. Just wrap some colder bacon around your feet, or cooked bacon, but not hot. You really want hot bacon grease in your feet? I don't think so. But you could get some nice moist bacon wrapped around your feet.
Moist.
Like, I'd pay you $100 for that photo.
Yep. Hey, I might try that.
I still say you should do that and then get some hobbit feet.
And I'll call it My Little Piggies.
Oh my god.
And like paint your toes, brush your knuckles.
I don't have any hair on my toes. It's blonde anyways. Thank goodness.
There's going to be at least one guy on the internet that's going to pay top dollar to see frickin' and painted hobbit feet.
Janet, are you saying that you have blonde toe hair?
Mm-hmm.
So the curtains don't match the drapes, huh?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nope. Most people have blonde hair on their arms. And, other body hairs is usually the color clear or whatever. Blonde.
Okay. So, yeah, Celeste makes sure she shows you a little bit of affection. She's also one of those girls that would wear like yoga pants. The yoga pants that are skin tight that make the ass look amazing. But more than likely, because of her family's dermatology issues, she probably would have like pepperoni ass. It looks great in yoga pants. When she starts pulling it off, you see like the zits or like, you know, the epidermis problems she's got.
She
You
just
know,
needs a body scrub.
get some body scrub and a good loofah.
Mm-hmm.
Get a good loofah, you can take care of anything.
And apricot shea butter body wash.
Yeah, there you go. Apricot scrub, body scrub.
Okay, new business
Maybe
idea.
she'll let you give her a body scrub, help her out.
A Bed Bath and Beyond. All your sleep needs, all your bathing needs, and interdimensional travel.
Yeah, all for one.
Who doesn't want some Duke Cannon? You like Duke Cannon? You like lathering up the moment you touch water? Who doesn't want to get all thick and lathery?
With a name like Duke Cannon, I picture some guy with a big old stogie doing the commercials for the soap and body wash.
Yeah, this quarter's latest Duke Cannon drop was amazing. They changed their marketing packaging, so now the Midway soap looks like every other soap bar or every other soap package. Look, it's like the '90s version. It was the cool version of Duke Cannon. Now we've got the 2020s Duke Cannon.
Big ass brick of soap.
You
Jesus.
never knew that?
No, I didn't realize that's what it said. I never really read it. You know, I just looked at it and saw the box. That was it. How big is that? Put your hand down there. Let me see it.
That's a big ass bar of soap.
It's
Yeah.
a 10-ounce bar of soap, Janet.
It is a
Almost
big
the size of a beer can.
Dang. How long does that last?
Brick.
About a month, maybe a little bit more. You don't need to put it under the water for that long. You just get it moist. There's that word again. You just get it wet, and then you lather with your washcloth or loofah, and you put the soap bar back in the tray, and that's it.
Well,
Anything more than that, it'll last a month.
They don't even make.
I use Dove. I have to be very careful.
They don't make a soap dish that big.
Well, I would just say that I prefer Duke Cannon because I've tried other.
Did you notice the big D on the bar of soap?
I mean,
put a D on it.
the old style of Duke Cannon, it looked really good. Like, I love this style of packaging because it looks like, 1940s-esque. But now they have the new shit, which is literally the new shit. And it just doesn't have that same punch.
Well, the other one looks very busy. This one looks more sterile.
Yeah.
That's probably what they're going for.
Yeah, I don't like this.
It's almost like white or yellow brand.
Well, they'll know after a little while whether or not it hurts their brand.
Well, I just prefer this over every other type of soap there is. That's all there is.
Have you ever tried the Sasquatch soap?
Yeah, it lasts you about 3 days, and it does lather up nice, but it doesn't have the same scent. The ones I've tried aren't that good, I thought, and they last you about 4 days.
Okay, well, I guess I use a lot less soap than you do.
Janet, you don't have the same job as me.
Well, that's I know.
You don't have things splattering back at you when you turn on the jetter
Mm-mm.
power washer. You don't have stuff trying to splatter you back.
But I do like the smell of most of the soaps I've tried from the Sasquatch people.
You ought to walk down the aisle at your local Kroger and smell the Duke Cannon stuff because it's over there.
Okay, I will.
They've got all the Duke Cannons. As a plumber, I endorse it. Okay. So
I got to check that out at Fred Meyer because I know that they carry Kroger stuff.
off to the city, or off out of the city of Gaboth, north 500 miles into the Hardy regions. You guys follow the path. It tells you how many hundreds of miles you have left to the city of Varzaf, which you don't need to go to. You just need to go up to the Cair-Dyer area where the Fort Dorgon is. You start seeing some signs for Fort Dorgon, which look new. One of the farmsteads has a gigantic red barn with a black roof to it. And in white paint, or maybe it's some enhanced version of bat guano, they have spelled out in the Westerling, see Fort Dorgon. And on your way up to Fort Dorgon, you count 7 barns that have see Fort Dorgon painted on it.
Cheap advertising. It works.
It reminds me of those road trips.
You
going
guys
down like I-5 or what have you.
You guys have been
Next
alive
20 miles.
long enough. You've seen the adverts for Sea Rock City.
Mm-hmm.
The old barns that you see going down Interstate 24, advertising that little Rock City area. They kind of have the same thing here.
I've seen a lot
The
of
little gnome on the
advertisement for Texas Roadhouse Steakhouse place.
See 7 states from Rock City. World's 89th wonder of the world. Or what have you.
Oh, holy cow. There used to be over 900 barns across America that were painted like that.
Yeah. How many are there now?
Less. But that was a thing since like 1935.
The century.
We've gone the way with
And now there's the interwebs.
with the outdoor movies.
It's kind of like the roadside attractions, the freak museums and the largest ball of twine and all that.
Mm-hmm.
The highway patrol cows.
Yeah. Used to have 900 of those across America.
What does it say we have now?
Much less than 100.
Aw.
Yep. Rock City and Lookout Mountain. Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia.
Not to be confused with Slab City.
Never been to Slab City.
Don't go. Just drive by.
Never heard of
Don't
it.
stop. Bunch of artists and kooks live down there.
Well,
It's a lawless place.
get a chance, you need to go to 1880 Town.
Also, one thing you guys need to be aware of, the area that you're from, like between here and Dunamon, Vale, the valley that the river Remus comes from, through Broadwater and that other area. There's a breed of horses that's very acclimated to this area, and they're called Rihanna riding horses of Vale. Now, typically, these horses are hardier, and they can be force marched for a half day, not just 8 hours. They can be force marched for 12 hours a day before they start suffering any sort of penalties. And these types of horses are popular around here. I guess I overlooked it. I should have mentioned this to you because this is something you've grown up with all your lives. But the Rihanna horses are usually like a light tan, almost like a khaki colored horse. But they're really good and they're quick. They've got good constitution. They're pretty smart. And
will our guild ever give us horses to ride?
They only cost 60 silver. Or no, these cost 90 silver. But if you're traveling by land, you have horses, Janet.
Oh, okay. I thought we only had horses every so often, depending on.
If you're traveling by land, you will.
Okay.
Now, to my knowledge, last time when you were on the boat, I thought you guys had your horses with you.
Well, we had horses that one trip that I remember because we had cargo we were taking. That was the only reason. And we were trying to keep up with the wagon that was pulling a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
But not because I thought we walked most of the way.
No.
So.
And there isn't anything weird with these horses. They're just...
They're smaller than usual.
Really good horses.
They're sure-footed. They have good endurance. They're small in size. They're not like a Belgian horse. They're in fact the opposite of a Belgian horse. They're just smaller. They're good for work and travel. And they're named after Rihanna, the folk heroine, whose horse can outdistance any other horse without breaking them from a walk. Like, Rihanna had a horse that was fucking just amazing, but it would go for 15, 16 hours. So they called these horses the Rihannas. They're they're smaller in size. They're still large, but they're nowhere near like the size of a Belgian. They're nothing like a Clydesdale. They're a little white.
Because I was like a little fearful that they might have something weird like the how the hell you say it? Diomedes.
No.
Those Greek horses that human flesh and went mad.
No, they perform well when they've just got either a rider or a set of armor. They don't do well when they've got barding and a heavily armored mount on them. They don't do well with a mounted rider and all the barding. They are best whenever they're lightly encumbered. So that's just something I should have told you about because that's just common to this area. And a lot of the lore clans use the Rihannas. A lot of lore clans use that because very few of them will wear like heavy armor. Okay. Welcome back, Nerdy Ogre. So, about a week later, you guys ride into Fort Dorgon, and you see the chief of staff who's talking with the other sergeants there, and you see her wave you guys a friendly hand, and hey, see some other people that you might recognize, but a lot of people here at Fort Dorgon, you don't see Mongoose. Not for the first half hour. Mongoose is busy practicing in his laboratory, doing things. You do see his father, which his dad looks like. I can't even think of the actor's name. Let me Google something real quick. You see a bunch of guards women that are around here working around the fort. A lot of them looks like they're preparing something. They're doing drills. You came on one of the days where they're doing drills.
Crafting
I
spot
think I
doesn't
passed
look
out.
like,
Not like James Hong, but are you feeling okay there, crafting, or no?
I'm feeling still a little out of it, kind of wondering if I missed something.
No, we've been gathering ourselves, and they just arrived at Fort Doregon to pick you up.
Okay.
Your father, as they are riding around the fort, they do bump into your father. I'm about ready to bring him up on screen. He has a striking resemblance to Ronald Lacey.
holy shit. He was actually a good actor, too.
Amazing actor.
That was a good part.
Not just a multi-faced Nazi.
That was a good movie. We
Yeah.
haven't had that on our list.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. I thought we did.
We haven't watched it yet.
Huh. Okay.
We've not done it.
So.
That was by far the best.
Oh, man. There's an argument right there.
The dining scene in the second one was awesome, too.
I actually like all three of the movies.
They're all different, but the first one is always the best.
I can't agree with that, Janet. Even with the second one, with its few flaws it's got, I still think that's a head and shoulders above everything that's been released in the last decade movie. I would love it if we had such good movies coming out that we said Temple of Doom sucks. I would love it if we had fucking movies coming out like that, to where, like 84, you had Temple of Doom, Ghostbusters, Karate Kid, Last Starfighter. Temple of Doom was the worst. We didn't know how good we had it. Look at what they stole from you. Sorry.
Short back. Was an awesome sidekick.
So they meet up. They meet up with Alexander Tolt, and that's Mongoose's father. He says, Mongoose is in the tower. He's doing experiments. He said he'd be down before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And with that, you guys see that there's some construction going on at the tower. And you meet up with Mrs. Tote, and she's a sweet, sweet lady. And she comes over, oh, it's so good to see you. And she starts giving everybody hugs. But no matter how tall you are, you always feel very tall when she hugs you, because she seems to tuck right into between your boob and your armpit. No matter who you are, she goes for that tight, like really close hug sort of thing. Oh, it's so good to see you. Our son has been so busy. His wife has made him work up until today. He finally had time to tinker around with his arcane enchanter. Imagine that. Come home and all you want to do is experiment with your toys. And now you have chores. 4 days of chores. She gave him 4 days of chores. I want to kill her.
Aww.
We took care of babies. We've done everything we can, but she wouldn't leave him alone. She told him chores. You have to do stuff. And so he went out the first 2 days and he plowed the garden again. And then he took a sickle to the grass and he cut that. It had to go through all 40 acre. And he did that all by himself. But he used the power of magic. and he was so good. He said his friend is maybe coming to town, that we got a message saying that his friend was coming to town. We weren't expecting all of you. We were expecting his friend and mentor, Egg Shen, to come to town.
Sweet.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, Winky.
There will.
Our resident wizard is a STEM master. In his class.
With parents that gave him an absolute shit name.
Oh, Mongoose, in our home country, your name means mighty warrior.
Long Hung Long.
That, and you kill the snake. One hung long. You so good. Get to see your wife. Your wife's pretty hot. She's kind of barky though, telling you that I've been here for over 3 months and nobody come and do grass. Nobody. I even look at your file and I no see no magic spell for cut wand. Nobody cut the wand at all. The grass is so high. So high. And then she feeds you a bowl of noodles and MSG, and she makes you go outside and cut grass, and you're there trying to fight sleep for the first day and a half. And she keeps giving you MSG, trying to knock you out. You think your wife's trying to?
Why don't you just get some? Why don't you just get some sheep? That'll keep the grass thin.
How many goats do you have?
Quite a few actually. Hold on, there it is. 18 goats.
He decides to let them out of the pen, and the goats start going crazy at first. It looks like a land rush. The goats are just going all over the yard from east to west. Then finally they start settling down. They're just chewing their way through the yard. You do that for about maybe 8 hours, and the goats are telling you that give them a few days, and they're going to have this grass under control.
Nice.
So you finally get done.
Havoc
and as you're upstairs, you can hear commotion down below. You don't really pay much attention to it until you're walking down the stairs, and you're passing by one of the windows, and you see the familiar set of horses. It looks like your friends are here.
Ah.
Sure enough, when you get down to the cafeteria area, you walk past the main dining area to the private dining area, which is for your family. Mm-hmm. And you see your mom and dad making some noodles and some cut bits of some bison. They're cutting up the meat, and your friends are sitting there with anticipation at the table.
All right, I'll join them.
Quinn tells you, he's like, "We missed you, man. How have you been?"
Trying to keep busy.
I saw you for a little bit out there with the yard. You got goats? 20 goats now?
Just about.
That's great.
I saw your children, so you have been getting busy. That's what I say to them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is my.
That's what I was going to say.
This is my boyfriend, William. I'm going to introduce him to him.
William gives you a handshake. As big as that kid is, it reminds you of Mark Ralston. Let me pull him up. Nope. He reminds you more of Eric Bruscotter. And big guy. Oh, he is in Major League. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't done that one either.
That's on the list. But that guy that I just showed there,
Mm-hmm.
Eric Brustauter, he married one of the girls, the girl in Starship Troopers that shoots him while his helmet's off.
Yeah,
That
Yeah.
girl and him got married.
that's interesting. You wanted a woman that could take charge.
She was born on October 1969. She's married to Eric Brustauter. Same guy that she blew away in Starship Troopers, which I find hilarious.
Well,
Come full
at least
circle.
they'll have a good relationship. She's already killed him.
Yeah.
Can't be afraid to die if you've already dead.
So, you guys sit there and you have some good noodles and some pad thai. Really good stuff. Really, really good stuff, actually. Bits of broccoli, little bits of bison, slices of pork belly, chopped carrots, cubed potatoes, and 6 varieties of bell peppers. She looks disabled. She's not disabled. She's
She's from Hollywood. Technically everybody from Hollywood's disabled.
Yeah. Yeah, middle class food. Yeah, it is middle class food. A little bit of bison, a little bit of pork, a little bit of potatoes, carrots, 6 varieties of bell peppers. You really enjoy it. Oh, and the spices. When they tell you about 11 herbs and spices, you're like, what? That's white people food.
I was going to say something.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not. Might appear racist.
Aren't we all?
Anybody notice the big miniature in the background that looks almost like it's going to charge us?
Yeah. Oh dear God! What is this?
I was looking for the meme where
Jesus, where do you find this stuff?
it's not AI. That's all I can say. That's my pride. I don't use AI for shit. Bear, God bless him, he makes music with AI and it sounds like soulless garbage. God bless him, but I just can't stand AI. I just look for the
There's only
photos.
2 things about AI that I like, and that is this visual graphics designer guy who's taken old ass recordings from the 80s and the 70s and used AI to make them at least 4K compatible. And then there's this dude that does some really off the wall AI generated images, and then he does a script, and it's bizarre and absurdist, and I love it. Neural Viz is the YouTube channel. They got this whole fictional mythology of aliens that have taken over the world and are like mythological. It's great.
Wiki Wanky Woo, if you think this is weird, don't ever enter the meme section of Bruce's Discord or Gilded.
I was going to recommend don't check our browser histories. Or do of us.
Mm-hmm. He lives a long ways away from us.
He's on that fictional continent on the bottom of the planet.
Well, not that far away.
Well, Quinn says, Mongoose, we've got a couple items that are up for grabs right now.
Yeah.
We could just to say that we've got choices. That's a bit of understatement. We
Yeah.
can really get very different here.
All right. What are we looking at?
Well, supposedly there's another succubi that went through town to the east within the last week.
Ugh.
You know about that, I think. You might not. You might. I don't know if you slept through that or not.
Yeah.
Some of you guys looked for her, and you tried canvassing, doing grid work throughout the town on the northeast side of town, but where she was,
Am I still connected?
yeah,
Mhm.
we still hear you.
All right. Well, Bruce just paused, so it's like,
I think he was reading or something.
I was getting my statements in order here.
okay, fair. But when you don't have the best internet, that tends to make you panic a little.
You have you have her, but she was seen heading eastbound out of the city of Reme. Don't know what's going on with it. Might have been the same girl as Sylvia, might not have been. To the east of Reme is the ice tower and the mysterious area of the Grimberg and Five Stones, etc. We're right by Caredire. The orcs from the Green Mountains are getting more aggressive. Up until earlier this week, a group of them, the heads were sent north because a group of orcs had came down in this river valley, by the Remnos River Valley here, outside of town, and they were doing something that pissed off some of the war clans. Well, the relatives of Nerdy Ogre went out in search of the orcs, and they butchered them to the last man. Then they took the heads and shipped them north, and they should have arrived right about here. Now, about right here where the hand is, that's where there's a pass that goes into the Green Mountains. It's where the orcs usually funnel out of. Putting a whole bunch of orc heads right there would definitely send a message. And that's what exactly they plan on doing.
All right.
In the Quail River Valley, there's a little town called Pembrose over here on the west side of the Acadian Forest. And apparently Quinn has a relative that wants us to go over there and clear out a fort so he can resettle it with his family and get things going. That's choosable by us. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do any of this. What else is there on the docket, Janet?
Wouldn't we want to help Quinn? He's done so much for us.
I mean, I would hope, but that's still up to you.
I mean, I wouldn't mind helping Quinn's uncle.
Yeah, and I really don't know what I want to do. I mean, I really want to build up the fort, like keep it for myself, basically. But there's so much that actually needs to be done. I don't know. It's kind of hard to decide because I still have this plan, this grand idea for making my own Vegas.
You know, we are doing a Kai's Musings tonight, crafting. If you want to jump in and ask Kai how one would go about that, that'd be fine.
New Vegas, yeah, that's even better.
Well, I was going to help you with that, and now I'm like 50% owner of a Hooters. So
Juicy thighs.
I forgot about that. That's right. You are.
yeah,
Juicy thighs.
we'll have naked wings. We'll have original.
You know, by the timeline of technology, the Japanese had had tempura batter by now, and we're deep frying things.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Hey, Nerdy Ogre, what type of dog do you have? That sounded like a big guy. Sorry, I was just asking, Nerdy.
I don't. He probably couldn't
You might
answer.
have stepped away.
I swear, but all that's right in the world. If you put on their if you put on their boneless chicken wings, I will burn every one of those restaurants to the ground.
Well, Nerdy, we had the same discussion last night with Bear.
Put what on chicken wings?
Boneless.
No. If you put boneless chicken wings on the menu,
Oh,
Well, let's actually look at. We got original style wings, smoked wings. I know what Daytona Beach would be the equivalent of, and it'll work on it. We got roasted wings. We got naked wings.
at some point you need to add to that menu strip steak.
Honey wings, honey barbecue. Gotta have that on there.
Steak fingers.
Because you gotta lick your fingers when you're done.
No, that's what the servers are for.
Thighs. Finger looking good.
Mouthful of mammaries. You can eat chicken breast.
Yeah.
I just have never heard somebody.
chicken boobies.
I've never heard one person, much less two, in 24 hours go almost batshit anger fucking rage bait about boneless chicken wings. Because Bear last night, I thought Bear was going to come undone. God damn it, they're chicken tenders! Man, I started losing it. I had to fucking bite my tongue.
Chicken tenders or chicken nuggets, either one are acceptable. There's no such thing as boneless chicken wings.
Boneless chicken wings! Could you imagine Julia Childs trying to sell that shit?
Could you imagine trying to raise boneless chickens?
Oh no, a lot of people eat boneless chicken every day. It's called eggs.
Yep. I eat boneless chickens. You know what I did today? I took 4 of my little tiny chicken eggs and I steamed them, cut them in half after I peeled them, and I put a couple dots of mustard on them, and ate them with a little garlic sauce. They were delicious. It's almost like deviled eggs.
Sounds kind of good. I miss deviled eggs.
There we go.
Excuse me.
It's not crunchy chicks. It's crunchy peeps.
Is that like a turkey sound? Some kind of bird?
You okay?
No.
This is the sharpening stone I've got.
Yeah, but it kind of
that sounds
sounds like a grouse or something. Some kind of bird.
I had one of those about 20 years ago. They work really good. It's got the medium, the rough, and the fine.
Just rinse it good before you cut your meat.
You have to rinse it after a certain point, depending on how sharp he's trying to make it, because the metal filings will start getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have to keep the blade and the stone sharp, clean to begin with. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying like you can't get it too dirty in the process of sharpening it anyway.
But I've seen people clean or do their knife like that,
and then immediately use it on food. Yeah,
and then cut fish with it. And I'm like, what?
Well, no. Well, that depends. That depends. Did you see a sharpening stone, or was it a long stick-like thing?
It was a stone like that.
Okay. Then yeah, I agree with you, because the stick doesn't sharpen in the way a stone does.
Yeah, I know. So that's
It hones.
and that little gritty
Doesn't
shit
sharpen.
gets on your meat.
Yep.
Unless you're into grit and bits of metal.
No, I'm not.
You know, maybe you're
But
a cannibal.
I like
Humanoid underground dweller with a gullet.
Or you're Scooby and Shaggy and you just don't care.
Yeah, that's the weed
depends on
talking.
what they ate.
I mean, Scooby Snack's talking.
Yep.
So, as you guys are sitting here with Mongoose, what else do you want to discuss? Because you've got opportunities to go places and do things.
So I'm saying I'm talking to him about going to the help his uncle with this cabin. Give us a little bit more of a break before we take on this succubus.
I got no issues with that.
And we can think about what we're going to do, or what do we think we're going to do about it? You know what I mean? Maybe, depending on what happens.
Mountains or around the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
As we go around, we can stop at
I also
or whatever it's called.
I did forget one other thing.
Uh-oh.
One of you guys got supposedly a title to a keep far to the west for a place that used to be the headquarters of some sort of trading company.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, I don't know if you remember that or not, but I remember I gave that to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. We said we were going to discuss it once we got back to the fort, because there was the possibility of selling it. But if the Traders and Coasters Guild wants to buy this place, maybe we could see about transferring our main setup to that new fort, and setting up my Vegas there.
A bigger fort.
Yeah. I mean, then there's also the possibility of
Castle
potentially
Landsback.
selling that other place to the guild if they like it better. So either way, we're not fortless now. So I feel a little better with the idea of selling this place, but I'll definitely want to see the fort first. But I think we have the more pressing issue of helping our friends, family out first.
Yeah, because we would want them to help us if we asked.
Exactly.
Them to. So.
Because they too have an estate. And then we have access to more real estate.
Uh-huh. Of course, I'm
okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll say that the idea of selling this place isn't 100% under my control, considering since I also sold a chunk of the land to Nerdy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how that will affect him with the Traders and Coasters Guild.
Well, when they look at the titles, when they look at everything, and they're like, "Oh, there's more to this than what we thought," and they tell you that they would be willing to pay Ogre 500 gold, and they'd be willing to pay you 2,000 gold for everything involved. And if you want to do it right now, they'll give you a 300 gold piece bump apiece to the two of you, if you want it. And if you instead decide to sit on it, the price remains 500 and 2,000.
Do we have any information on the other fort?
Not yet.
Well, yeah.
That's thousands of miles away. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But we
Who hasn't learned teleport yet?
Yeah. Not yet.
Teleport's a rough spell too, because you can only cast it and transport 4 people at a time at first.
Yeah.
What? It's not like Diablo?
No, sir.
Man, that sucks.
Teleport 10 tons of gear to the point that when you re-enter the city, it literally like the apocalypse happens, and not because of death and destruction, just because you have so much crap now in the middle of the city.
Isn't there a spell that can make things fly? You know, like
I'm pretty sure if I look
carpets?
hard enough, there's magic carpets. I have floating disc. There's probably spells for direct levitation on objects or people.
I'm just saying that we could probably find some way to.
I mean, we've already encountered. You weren't here. One of our early adventures was helping a giant clean out his giant castle of mice and insects.
Okay.
You mean rats?
Oh no, it was his issue was the spiders.
Yeah, but they had rats too.
Yeah, that is true. We get with ferrets,
Whatever they were.
which apparently were the equivalent of killing his cats.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he did not consider them pets, just mouse killers.
Mm.
So, thanks for rehashing the old trauma.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we could build a wagon or something like that, and make it fly and cut our travel time down.
Or you could try to figure out if there's a tunnel that goes straight through the mountain.
No. Because then we run into like Balrog or something.
Oh. What is that?
The Chuck.
Oh, okay.
Charles is a roast.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite style of beef roast.
Have you heard about those vegan protesters? They
vegan, my brain just stops listening.
there's a bunch of vegans that they went to protest grocery stores selling meat. So what they did is they went in and they put stickers with "Hello, my name is," and they would give each cut of meat a name. You know, it didn't quite work out the way they wanted because people would go through and start looking for ones with their names on it. You know,
yeah,
like
we
those
did
Coke cans.
stickers. We put PETA on it, and we said people eating tasty animals.
Yeah.
Pissed off a few of them. So, I like meat. I eat my own chickens. I mean, and I eat eggs. So.
Yeah.
I think if I saw a bunch of name tags on various cuts of beef at the store, I would start looking for the Bruce.
Yeah, that's what people started doing. They started looking for name tags with their names on it.
Did you guys see any of those videos on TikTok? And it has a a pet pig, like in the spa, and they're massaging it and stuff, and it's getting a bubble bath and a pedicure. And then at the very end, you see it. It's on the grill, and they're putting barbecue sauce on it and stuff. Have you
That
guys seen
sounds good.
I've
Yeah.
not seen that.
Oh, they're hilarious.
Oh well, what I find interesting about
Diet
that
rib.
is there's actually restaurants that specialize in cooking animals that have been pampered literally the whole time because apparently the meat supposedly tastes better or it's more tender
Yeah,
or
there's
something like
certain
that.
kind of calves where they never touch the ground.
Yeah.
Like in a sling, whatever. And my mom said that was the best steak she ever had in her life, and she'll never forget it. It was very, very expensive. My dad took her to some restaurant. I think it was in Japan or somewhere. And it was, she said,
Business
so
opportunity in cattle. 0 G beef.
There you go.
How about cattle? That's
you can do that now at the grocery store. You can go in and you pick your own lobster, and it's still alive. Take it home and cook it. So,
I haven't seen a lobster tank in a grocery store in so long.
Well, they have them in down in New Orleans, in Metairies.
Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, where I live, we don't get them in a tank, but we actually get them shipped live.
Yeah, my sister gets them.
Of course, I only live like one state over from the coast, so it's not like it's a big deal to get them here.
It's like a 4-hour drive or something.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! We used to go down to Port Aransas every so often, and we there's this restaurant. It's literally across the street from some docks where shrimping boats are, and the shrimp boats will go out there, catch shrimp, bring it back, and sell it to the. You are literally eating the shrimp that they caught that day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since
there's two places that you can do that actually.
My sister and I, Dana, went to Gulf Shores, Alabama, and we took like 5 ice chests, and we filled the back seat and the trunk with ice chests, and we went and we bought fresh caught ruby reds and brought them back to Arkansas. Ice down. Man, They were good. Delicious. So
nice.
I still believe in all that good stuff.
There
I would
used
love
to be a
to try
place
some
in
seafood in
Tennessee.
Scotland one day, maybe.
There used to be this place in Tennessee on the side of the mountain. It was a fish place, and you had 2 options. One, you could get a fish in the fish tank that they had, or 2, you can go in the back to the dock, cast your line out there, and try and catch one yourself. And if you caught one, they'd kill it and cook it up for you.
Well, I'm going to share this. If you're ever in Corpus Christi, which is close to Aransas Pass, there is the Lawrence Street T-head. Goes out in the river. Here's where the marina's at. There's a place called the Seafood House here. I'd stay away from that. Landry's is very expensive. Needlessly expensive. It really is. Instead, you go over here to Harrison's Landing. And that's got some fresh caught shrimp that day. And it's cheap as shit. You spend like $10 to $20 a person for your order. Hold on. Let me show you this.
Why does it sound like some clown is teasing the dog?
I know, right?
Got 2 dogs barking.
One of them literally sounds like a clown squeaker.
Yeah,
or a clown horn, whatever.
That would be Luna.
I'm sorry, but it literally sounds like a clown is sitting there taunting your dog.
You're not wrong.
To do a brave seafood in my town, and it won't give me any restaurants. It just says some of them got
They have all this shrimp. A lot of the ship's caught the same day, but the tiki shrimp is really good. And if you want, you can just order a fucking bucket of shrimp for like $50. They give you like
that'd be
4 pounds
awesome.
of shrimp.
I'm the only one in my family that really eats shrimp. My dad's a crab person. Back when my mom was
I eat
able to
all of
eat,
it.
back when my mom was able to eat shellfish, she's allergic now, so she can't. She was a real lobster person. My grandmother was both lobster and crab. And as far as I know, I'm the only one now that eat. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. My brother-in-law eats shrimp, but not like I would if I could.
Well, I eat shrimp, crab, lobsters, octopus.
Yeah, well, Janet, you'll definitely understand and appreciate what I'm about to say. My mother is deathly allergic to shellfish, so we can't even have it on the property.
Oh, I know. It's terrible.
My
I'm glad
mom's
I'm not allergic to it because I'm allergic to so much.
shellfish,
already.
seafood, which sucks because I really,
This is the best.
really love boneless.
This is the crab shack we've got in Corpus Christi.
Mm.
I've eaten there more times than I can count. It's actually a really nice view of the city from there. It's probably where you get all your postcards and such.
Yeah. I refuse to eat octopus myself, winky winky woo, but that's because as far as I'm concerned, they're at least half intelligent creatures. With that said, I'll eat a squid any day because they're fucking vindictive creatures. That's just getting back at them.
It depends on what restaurant. In a seafood restaurant, I don't eat octopus. I only eat it in a Japanese restaurant. It depends on how it's cooked.
I don't like octopus. I want them all to die.
Or Korean barbecue. Get a plate full of those little tiny octopi, battered and deep fried.
Joe's Crab Shack is for tourists.
Abalone's
If you want touristy stuff,
if you can get it really done.
Well, one of the best parts about touristy spots is they have usually a lot of local dishes. Places that the locals go to have a mixture of dishes.
Yeah, this place here does get a lot of their shrimp is fresh caught.
Uh-huh.
And this is right by the dock, so they have to walk like 50 feet from the boats.
Yeah, you're making me hungry for shrimp. And I have to go to a restaurant with somebody who's not allergic to shrimp. And then I have to make sure I take a shower and brush my teeth because even just breathing shellfish breath anywhere near my mother starts giving her an asthma attack. She is that allergic to it.
I guess that's not going to be a
baby prawns.
Yeah, my daughter's allergic to pineapple.
In fact, Bruce, one of the things I intend to do when I finally get a chance to visit you is just stuff my face with shrimp.
We'll go down to Corpus for sure. That's the best place to go. The seafood down there is amazing. Even Travis will agree with that. But this is the best crab shack I've ever been to.
Do they let you bash your stuff with rocks? Do they bring rocks to your table?
They have hard surfaces. I'll just say that.
Well, because there's a restaurant I went to in I think it's Marysville, California. And they have a crab shack or whatever it's called. And they bring these giant stones and they set them on your table. And then you have the small rock and you smash. It's fun. It's a fun place to eat. It's expensive, though.
Well, that's you heard it from here, Janet. First, everybody, she likes to smash seafood.
Janet just likes to smash.
Yep, that too.
I'll bet she played a lot of Hulk back when it first came out.
Not really. I wish I could have.
Yeah, I only played like a demo at a store once. That was fun. It's interesting that the Hulk can run up the side of a building, according to that video game.
That the Hulk can run up the side of the Hulk.
According to that video game, he could.
Well, it made him look like
that video game's wrong.
I thought.
Yeah, he'd have to climb it technically.
Well, yeah, I can see climbing or even jumping, but not running. He's not fast. By the way, my wife also said let's see, Port Lavaca, Rockport, and a couple others I can't remember. Also have good shrimp, which
I've been in Rockport for shrimp before. I've never been in Port A for shrimp. I've fished Port A before. The red fish are good there. So are the drum. This is kind of cool little restaurant. It's just a little fucking steamboat they parked and turned into a restaurant. Anyway. Yeah, I just got done putting the food in the crock pot, so it'll be 8 hours before that's done.
So, Ogre, do you want to see about getting, well, for you 700 and me 2,300 gold to just start up a new place a couple hundred miles away?
Sure.
Because as much as I like what
I
I've got
might
here,
invest this time.
I haven't had a chance to, thanks to how much traveling we've done, I haven't had much chance to invest in anything. Like this thing is still just 4 mansions, a tavern, a smithy, a tenements, and an inn. I think I'm reading that right.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
It's
it's
a
not like I'm
settlement.
leaving much behind here. Yeah. As long as I get an opportunity to build Vegas, I'm happy. Well, New Vegas.
Okay. After about 3 hours of sitting, talking, eating some pad thai, having some nice cuts of bread. That's one thing your parents really got into was the bread cooking. Like it wasn't part of the normal dishes that they cook. They do noodles. They do like really, really sharp appearance, almost like a Japanese restaurant style presentation on their food. But then they got into like artisanal breads, ciabatta, especially. Their mom digs ciabatta bread, and so
it's a good bread.
Yeah, so you really dig that. And after you guys have sat and you've had a few pints, you summon the watch station captain, and she arrives and she says, "So, I don't mean to pry into your business, but we gave you an offer for the sale. Have you thought about that?"
Yep. And we have decided to agree.
Let me contact Dispersing, and they'll get the gold bars ready. Is
All right.
there? I guess my question for you would be, your parents are going to be staying here for a little while until you get something worked out somewhere else, correct?
Yep. I already know where I'm going. That's the main reason I accepted. I point out the deed and the exact location because I'm going to have future tradings with the guild, so it's not like I want to keep this a secret.
Wait, you're going there?
Yeah.
That's so. Sylvia pats her hand. She's like, "We know, honey. It's a ways away."
Yeah.
Yep.
The part where Quinn starts playing Convoy.
I love that song.
It's a good song.
I wonder.
Keep an eye on the clock. It's at 6 o'clock. I got to go make sure the coop door's closed. So
And you're 2 hours ahead, right?
Yeah, it's 5:30, 5:23 right now.
Then
here.
I will try to keep on the clock with you as well.
I don't want to go through another. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Shoot him in the head.
Wish I thought I did. I almost lost my
Well,
hearing.
I just set my alarm for 6 o'clock, so
I almost lost my hearing. Like a dummy.
Get yourself a Ruger 1022 and a brick of ammo,
A brick?
and get those BF-25 mags. Yeah, about 500 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you can carry a whole shit ton of ammo.
And believe it or not, most states don't have laws against silencers unless they're on certain types of weapons, such as rifles.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I would double check your state though before you get like all excited about getting a silencer. But
legal in Arkansas.
It's illegal or is legal?
I think it is legal.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
look it up real quick.
Okay. Well, it's not like you had your hand in front of your mouth, so I didn't really hear what you said.
No, I was eating a cookie.
Oh, okay. I want a cookie now.
Yeah, look at this. So let me show you what I got. These are good, and they're gluten free.
Oh yeah, my local drugstore sells actually sugar-free candies that are for like diabetics, and holy shit, they are good.
Peanut butter oatmeal cookies, and they're gluten free, and they're actually don't taste like cardboard or anything. They taste like real cookies.
Well, around here, when we had stuff that was gluten-free, the way it tasted was never the issue. It always tasted good, even the bread. It was crumbly, like there was nothing to hold it together.
No body to it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, this
It's the gluten that holds it together.
It's a little square.
Yeah.
It's very moist, and it's really good.
Yeah.
I'm really shocked.
You people and your food.
I told you I went and got a whole plate of different stuff, and I've been snacking on it. So
Yeah, we don't got any snack food around here, so
2 hours before you start cooking.
The only thing I couldn't find was baby carrots.
Ooh, carrots.
My daughter had already eaten all of them.
Somewhere, somebody decided to make a Deutschland 8-bit cover.
Really?
Deutschland, Deutschland, Deutschland. Yeah. Yeah, that I didn't expect that to be happening today, but all right. So, where you guys plan on going for right now, and I'll bring up the map here. You're kind of right next door to it.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if we're going to go over the mountains or around the mountains.
Be a good decision for you guys to make, because
well,
here you are.
How much farther would it be to go over the mountains compared to around it?
You're right here.
Mm-hmm.
Where you need to go is like right here. North of Eckland is Pembroke. And Eckland's a pretty popular place. Like you can get things done in Eckland. It is a capital city of West March.
So right there next to, is it something Dyer?
Yep, Care Dyer. That's that giant cave system that
we can't go to the
there's a local economy that sprouted up around that, because it actually turned out to be kind of like a super dungeon. And there's a bunch of like younger kids that are plumbing it, trying to figure out what the fuck's going on there. Now, a couple of them are smart, and they're discussing things with each other to the point where they're like comparing notes, showing off various drawings of maps and such. And then there's a couple adventuring parties that are really secretive about what they're doing. And probably on average, four young kids a week is what the dungeon costs. It literally like kills almost a full party of adventurers every week.
You know what?
So we can't go through the caves to get to the other side quicker.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't exit there.
Well, until it's fully explained, we don't know technically. I wouldn't risk it.
What Care Dyer needs is some juicy thighs.
And we're at Gilboth, right?
Currently, we're at Fort Doregon, which is just not that far from Care Dyer.
Oh,
Just a tad north.
Well, I'm ready to leave whenever you guys are ready.
And cut some time than going all the way down through the road, although that would be safer. And as long as the woods don't have giant spiders, I'm totally cool with that.
Going over the mountain. I don't mind trying to go
Over the mountain if there's a path.
Now, there, as far as I know, the only pass is held by the Greenskins.
Hey, Bruce.
Go ahead.
Can you? I was going to ask you to scroll the screen up. I wanted to see what was like just north of the mountains there.
So, do you think we could protect ourselves against the greenskins?
Directly, yes. Problem is, we'll be a small group, just straight up outnumbered. We'll be good for the first couple of days, but as attrition starts setting in, we're going to start having a hard time fighting them off.
Live free or die trying.
So here's both. Here's your town where you're from. You could go around here and go that way, or you could try to go through the mountains themselves.
I'd actually feel more comfortable taking the road. Unlike Winky Woo, who says Bruce is going to fuck us just because he's the GM, I don't think Bruce will fuck us just because the DM. I think he'll fuck us because those mountains are full of greenskins, and he's just going to, all right, you want to walk into enemy territory? Here's a relentless bombardment.
The place that you're going to is not far from Zelkor's Ferry. Eventually.
Yeah,
that's where the other keep is at. But every hex is 50 miles.
Mm-hmm.
I have to reiterate, every hex is 50 miles.
So that's literally across the continent.
A day's travel unimpeded is what, like 24 miles?
12. You can make 24 if you're on those little horses, the Rihannas, but you have to carry two horses for one person.
Oh, yeah. Switch off every...
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. It's up to you guys. I just throw out the idea, and the idea of not getting snuggled by a succubi, but having my head caved in by greenskins, that seems a little more appealing.
Well, that depends on what kind of greenskins they are. Bruce could be running Goblin Slayer greenskins.
What's the difference?
They're very grapey.
Oh, grapey?
I can't get pregnant regardless.
Grape with an R put in front of it.
I know.
But you asked like you were questioning.
I can get pregnant.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'd rather not get graped. That's a gorgeous horse.
Bro does leg day.
That's not the type of horses that are from your area. This is a Belgian.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gorgeous.
Fucking huge.
Yeah.
These things are maybe 20 years, 25 years at max. They're heavy war horses. This is the type of horse that you'd ride in battle. Fucking beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also used for food where they're from, so go figure. There's a lot of food there.
Well, they do that to the older ones.
Yeah.
And they
yeah, because the younger ones.
Yeah, and they think that it's like a sign, basically. Jesus.
Oh. Well, at least you won.
Winky always has the craziest shit. He's funny.
Deutschland. Sorry.
That's a good
band.
I'm
picturing it 8-bit.
It's a good band.
Oh yeah, like that one. I've recently fallen in love with one of the bands from Jedi: The Last Survivor. It was also with a band from the previous game, Jedi Order of the Fallen or Fallen Order, whatever.
Mhm.
And it's a Russian band, but I love the song, the way they do their songs. I can't understand the words because I don't speak Russian, but dear God, they are good songs. And interestingly enough, because of the way they sing it, it doesn't sound directly Russian, so it works great in the Star Wars universe as an actual song. Now, I know a lot of people say, "Well, Star Wars is dead," and shit like that. Like, actually play Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Last Survivor. They are not, I would say, 100% accurate to the canon, but they were made by people who love Star Wars.
Yeah, if you love Star Wars, you're gonna love Jizz.
This here Anakin guy. Maybe Vader someday later. Now he's just a small fry.
So, you guys start planning for going around the southern edge of the mountains. And about. Go ahead, Janet, roll me a D100. And just so you know, roll me a D100. Don't roll a 40 or less, because that means you have an encounter of a hostile sort.
Double zero.
000?
No, I had to roll both of them. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, I rolled is that a 9 or a 6? I'd rolled a 9 and a double zero. 900, I guess, or is that 90?
That's an odd
No,
9.
that's 9.
Just a 9.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's
It's
a 9.
low.
That's
It's
under.
low and shitty.
That's under.
He set you up to fail, Janet. It's not your fault.
Oh!
I always fail when it comes to dice.
I did not set her up to fail. Hold on.
Yeah.
The second you said don't roll a 45
A 40
or
or
under.
less.
Well, too late.
Okay.
That's why I said I
40
rolled
or
a double
less.
zero.
The second you said don't roll a 40 or less, she was guaranteed to get a 40 or less. Honestly, I'm surprised she didn't roll a 39.
Yeah, so am I.
Actually, I gotta agree with you. Like, just out of spite, I'm surprised I didn't roll 39.
No, I rolled a 9
Okay.
and double zero. So I failed. So what happens to me?
No, Janet. What happens is you guys are traveling, and as you leave your location, you start heading out of Fort Oregon, and you're almost past the Dunhavenwood. You can almost see just flatlands off to your right hand side, and up ahead, you guys notice that it's the third month of the year. This is not normal for this to happen, but you see that there's one tree that doesn't really have a whole lot of foliage on it. A lot of it is still kind of barren looking, like it's like mid-fall, like maybe the last month of the year, almost completely winter. And as you're looking at it, like it's Fairmont. It's like the third month of the year. But this tree up ahead, you don't really notice it at first, but anybody that's got knowledge nature.
Do I got that? Oh, I don't think I do.
Knowledge nature, go ahead and roll that. And even if you don't, barbarian, nerdy ogre, go ahead and roll that.
Do we even have any hippies in our group?
Say again there, Josh.
Do we even have hippies in our group?
Hold on there.
I'm back.
I got this dice tower right here. And then I've got another dice tower.
I have this one that was made for me.
I have that one there. And yeah, Crafting Gamer made her one.
Gorgeous.
Thank you.
I love it.
I'm just glad Sloth
I have
Sloth
parts
didn't
of one
break
that
on the
haven't
way out
assembled.
there. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, what?
he's great. I'm going to keep it sitting right here on my table.
Yeah, I've got dice towers.
I've got one for now, but at some point I'll get a wild hair and I'll make more.
Anyway, you guys see this tree kind of up ahead, and it doesn't quite jive with you. And more importantly, you don't remember it being there so close to the pathway when you made your way up here a week and a half ago.
I don't suppose a knowledge arcane would help.
Not really, but do you have knowledge nature?
I think I do. Let me
I
roll.
got
I have-
108
Oh, okay.
for my knowledge nature.
Could we just try to burn it down? And then if it runs, we know it's bad.
I don't have knowledge nature. I don't.
No, for a fact I've got a miniature for this.
Excuse me. You ever try to go back and look at things and go, I cannot read my own handwriting?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
There is one word on this list that I cannot determine. Is it profession, profession, or possession?
Or is it
Just pick
perception?
one of them.
Oh,
Could
it's
it be-
perception. Thank you.
Yeah, I had to fetch a miniature. You guys see this tree up ahead, and it starts to move.
Freaking Treebeard, man. He's been hit with fentanyl.
Oh dear.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Where-
definitely active. And
Where's the giant woman in her axe when you need her?
It would be nice if she was here. Mind you, do you want the huge version or just the large version of her? Okay. This thing is definitely coming towards you guys, and it's making its way. Before we get into initiative, you've got range on her on it, and it's definitely made of wood. Do you want
Yeah.
to try to do some sort of like
Magic missile?
magical intimidation check there with fire spells, or I'm asking anybody who's got casting ability.
That's what I'm looking at.
I got two
cast-
fire spells. I have burning hands and fireball.
I got an axe.
Speaking of which, I'm working on a spell that'll, I don't know if it's in the spell selection, but that'll turn your axe red hot so it actually does fire damage.
Oh.
I haven't submitted that to Bruce yet because I'm still working on the details.
Like a heat metal spell.
Yeah, but it's not meant to make him drop his weapon. It's meant to just give him fire damage.
Conjure glyphosate.
All right, so I suppose I could do a burning hands intimidation try. His fireball is just going to go off in its face.
Okay.
At that point, I'm pretty sure you will have a fight.
I'm cool with it. Wait, let me roleplay. Let me see if I can converse with it. Excuse me, Mr. Tree.
Yo, my man, if you don't start no shit, there ain't gonna be no shit.
Could have swore I took one of those scrolls, a couple scrolls that had something. Can't remember what it was.
Bless you.
Yeah, I'm coughing. I got so much drainage. Sucks. Let's see.
So you're doing fireball on this thing. Let's see. What's your intelligence score there, wizard? 15 or 14?
15.
All right. Your roll the saving throw for the tree. Oh boy. How much damage did you do?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember. Okay. 6. Wasn't that a maximum level on that? I'm trying to determine. Crap, wrong one. There we go. Where are my spells? Sorry,
I wanted to ask the question though. Could I try to burn it with the ever-burning torch or not?
That doesn't have fire as a component.
Oh, all right. That's what I was looking for. I just thought I had a torch or something.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
What do we got? Oh, dear God. Put that off to the side. Okay, so that's 24. 48 points of damage. Rolled actually 4 6s.
Shit. All right, the tree decides to not pursue you any further, and it starts running for the tree line, hoping that it can get away before you can throw another devastating spell at it. It's not going to pursue.
Huzzah!
These things known for being evil,
Yes.
and I have no desire of letting it get away.
As if you guys are going to pursue that and split it apart, about 2 minutes later, you guys manage to render it to a burning pile of angry wood. Some of the branches still twitch. Some of the leaves flame out. You see some of the life sap just draining, burning. It didn't take long. You threw another fireball at it. Between that and the fact that you've got Roberto and everybody else that's in the party, you managed to completely obliterate this tree.
Nice.
I rolled an +7 on my morale check. I had to flee. That's just what fucking happens. When you get about 100 feet off the road, you also managed to find that you were not the first people it encountered. I'm going to open up Gilded and get the loot in there. All right. In Alpha Test loot is the remains of what you find there, along with the dead tree. You find 8 dead orcs 100 foot off the road. It would saturate its feet in the bloody pulp after a whole day in the sun. At night, it would get nourishment from their corpses. It had 8 suits of broken chainmail, 8 large crude iron swords, 8 wooden bucklers, all broken, and assorted 260 silver pieces, along with the bludgeoned bodies of 3 humans and a set of silverware for 4 people. The humans had clothing on that was so poorly destroyed, so mangled. You just want to bury it. You just want to bury him. That's all.
Okay, well, I'll start trying to dig a hole of some sort and put the clothes in it and cover them up with rocks and stuff.
Winky, usually the trees aren't that evil, but around this area, a lot of the land is cursed because of the machinations of the orcs and their shaman. And so you have an epidemic of some of the wildlife which has gone bad.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Unless anybody thinks we should, I don't see any reason to take any of the broken shit.
No, just the money, and I want to bury the
silverware.
clothes. Yeah, and the
Do we-
silverware.
And
Bury the broken stuff.
And I'm burying the
Market.
may I suggest instead of
Bury
a
the
burial,
market.
we have a funeral pyre?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. Just burn it. Just burn the clothes. Good
That works.
idea.
As long as the smell doesn't attract anything.
Well, they'll think it's a burning tree, hopefully, if they do come. You know.
Oh, well, the smell of burning flesh and burning bone has a very particular smell to it, but
But it's a living tree.
oh yeah, but no, I'm talking about the bodies. It had mangled corpses as well. That's what's going to really stink. I suspect the tree will just smell like a burning tree.
Remember the sound it would make when you're playing like Mario Brothers or something like that, and you died, and it made that I can't even make the sound. But that's what my ear sounds like when I yawn.
Yeah.
Makes that weird electronic sound or whatever.
Yeah.
But I can hear better out of it today, for sure. Not as muffled.
I made the mistake once using some cheap earplugs, and one of them popped out of my left ear. And I fired 357.
Holy shit. See, mine was just a 9 mil. I
and
was
went down
lucky.
for a couple of days.
So, once you manage to set up the funeral pyre for everything and get the wood properly set up to get rid of the orcs and the dead humans, you find a broken stagecoach not too far away, and the bludgeoned horses as well. This tree had been on a murderous rampage for the past few weeks. You guys finding it is probably your unluck or its unluck, however you want to view it.
Well, we're still alive, so it was his unluck.
Sucks to be him. Because we are the champions of the world.
About 2 days later, as you're making your way around the southern end of the mountain range, and very happy with your progress, I might add. You guys are super happy that you're coming along as quick as you are, although Quinn says something of the effect that, like, I remember back whenever we used to do things and we used to get more than just silverware and 200 pieces of silver. I remember the days. I remember a lot of high fives.
Hey, I feel good for getting this thing off the road.
True.
I hold up my hand as if giving him a high five.
You do find a small trail leading around the southern edge.
Huh?
Say again?
Said just gonna leave me hanging, huh?
No, I'm not trying to leave you hanging there. Nerdy Ogre, you find a game trail off to the right-hand side as you're coming around the southern side of Dunhaven Wood, and you're looking at it. You can see like some cart tracks, and you can see a few human footprints in the moist grass the next day. You survey it for a bit, and then the party waits for you while you chase it down about a mile, and you go up to this rise in the hill, and it's actually looks like a not often used trail that goes towards a settlement on the southern side of Dunhaven Wood. You see about 13 buildings that are in that settlement with a few curls of smoke coming out. It was kind of cool during the evening, about maybe 40 degrees. You want to head back to the party and tell them what you found?
Yeah, I'm going to head back to the party. And, hey, just up ahead over there, there's a settlement, apparently a new settlement. There's about a dozen or so buildings, and it looks like there's people living there.
Yeah, instead of going down an extra 200 miles to Gilboa before you get to the Tradeway and West Ream Road, you could take a path about a few miles south of Dunhaven Wood and go around the southern tip. You don't know where it leads from here, but it at least goes towards that settlement. You've not seen this before. You've not paid attention to it before.
Might be something worth checking out.
Can't be too bad if people live there.
Hopefully not.
People can be the
Oh,
worst.
you would be amazed.
I'm knocking on wood.
I mean, how many more? What's a few more bodies?
A lot.
As the
Look,
group of
until
you,
convicted in a court of law, we are innocent.
the group of you come up and over the hill, and you see what appears to be a thin, mostly fit man of about maybe 40 winters with short crop brownish hair. And next to him, as he's getting ready to start chopping some firewood, you see a couple of
I'm going to
kids.
interrupt real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Janet, it's 6 o'clock.
I'll be right back, guys. We'll
Okay.
the coop
Gotta
door.
check the chickens before they get eaten.
Save the chickens.
Before I read this, I guess we should probably put on pause. It's been about 5 hours, and let's have a bio break. Bio break sound fair to you guys?
Yeah.
Train them if you got them.
We'll do our traditional bio break celebration of hotness.
Oh God, I have discovered a way of making a Nurgle whip completely by accident.
How did you make a Nurgle?
I broke the piece off of one of my Sisters of Battle, and I broke off twice after trying to fix it, and I lost it the second time. And so to make a replacement, I grabbed a piece of the only thing I could find that was the right width, which was a hairband. Cut it, and to make sure it was stiff and sitting the right way I wanted it, I put wood glue on it. And the wood glue is now made what looks more like giant veins and maybe even pustules on it, not making it stiff and rounded like I was hoping. I got to do some cleaning on this before I can use it.
See how small these horses are?
The visuals and this conversation are making me feel awkward.
I'm just saying the horses that I talked about earlier, the Rihannas, are about this size.
Yeah.
Colombian horses aren't that big.
I will take advantage of the moment and get some
Almost
done
like
real quick.
ponies.
Be right back.
Dude, get out of the way of the cake.
INS. I knew today would be a slower paced adventuring day because it was going to be trying to get you guys to relax and be able to see family again and see your homes. I knew that would happen.
Come back home, give my father a new vice. Don't give it to him abruptly. I don't want to hear you say like, "Oh fuck!" Now, if I want to go see Dad, I got to go travel down to Chile or to somewhere in Colombia, and my dad went chasing the cake. What happened? Oh, he went for a shorty, a crazy short woman from Colombia. Granted, I'd feel really proud if my dad did that. He's 71. Bang 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 bang.
sometimes I feel terrible about giving commentary to these streams, and other times I just feel like it's appropriate. Doesn't she have the same hat as the guy that told Dr. Jones, "It belongs in a museum"? Hopefully you guys are having a good time today playing.
Yeah, I'm kind of entertaining the idea of a chicken wing business now.
Come on, Dory. Dory.
Juicy thighs.
Dory, I see you breathing. Come on. Let's go potties. Come on. Let's go potty now. Everybody, come on. Puppy potty party time.
The dog's like, "No, I want to wait until you're all seated, and then I'll shit on the rug."
There we go. Let's go potty now. Everybody's gonna potty now.
I don't know why dogs are like that. Like a $3,000 horse, isn't it?
Easily.
Yeah. I was thinking at least 3, maybe it might be 6. I don't know. They're small horses. They can't be that much.
Go from Don Corleone to Gustavo Fring. Yeah.
The problem that I have is that there's no place in tradition for me to fit in with that. There's no Italian cowboys. I've never heard any Clint Eastwood movie where they're like, "Giuseppe, get over here. Bring your 6-shooter." The Italians were a funny bunch. The furthest west they went was Philadelphia until like the 2000s, you know, that, or 1900s, 1950s. They made it to St. Louis. And then eventually Las Vegas, but they had to wait for everything else to settle down and not do that Wild West bullshit. Oh wait, you got problems with prohibition? Now they're involved.
I mean, technically, there were Italian cowboys, right?
I don't know. I've never heard of one.
Was it Cavalcante or Picaro or something like that? They were like a mounted herder. Young horses, buffalo, cattle, stuff like that.
I'm going to Bing this because I have no idea. There may very well have been Italian cowboys.
You know, in the South, they have the caballeros. I think it was like a northern Italy thing.
I have returned, but I'm going to be muted because I'm munching on something.
Okay. We're still waiting on Janet to return as well. And Nerdy Ogre.
Come on, Dory. All right.
Yeah, here we go. The Utero or Cavalcante is a mounted herder, usually of horses, of cattle, or of buffaloes in Italy, predominantly in the Mare Reme region in Roman marshes or the Pontine marshes. And,
Well, I'm back for a minute, but I couldn't get them in. I took some food and threw it in there, and half of them went into my big fat one. It took forever to get there, and the rest came back out while I was waiting for the big fat one. So now I got to go back out in about 10, 15 more minutes and see if I can get them in there and shut the creek door. But I'm seeing you guys are enjoying the visuals.
I mean, they're okay.
The fat one needs a scooter or something.
Janet,
rascal.
Janet, how much do you think those horses are?
How much what?
How much do you think those horses are? Like maybe 3,000, 6,000?
I don't know. It depends on how well trained they are.
They don't look poorly trained. They don't look like they were like, really
some of them, did you see that raise their feet really high and they prance and things like that? Those are specially trained to do that.
Okay.
You know how they train those?
No idea.
They put chains around their ankles right above their hoofs, and they get them to trotting, and the chain wraps around the other foot and slams and hurts. So if they don't lift their foot just right, it keeps the chains from wrapping around until they learn. And then after a little while, they just do it without chains on anymore. Sad, isn't it? But that's how they do it.
Okay. I think some of the girls have leather.
If I ever have kids, I'm going to do that.
Do what?
If I ever have kids, I'm going to do that.
Ride horses?
No, tie chains around their ankles.
No, I'm going to.
Oh.
Yeah,
I was going to
say that looks like a type of breed that they have of the smaller Arabian horses breeds. I don't know the names of them. I'm not really good at that, but
these are the kind of horses that you guys have on your planes. They're a little bit darker in color, but they're about the same, really, because the way they describe them, they're about that 1,000-pound horse. That's about half a ton. They're very small horses.
Well, in that movie,
petite horses bred for hauling cake.
In that movie, 13th Warrior, remember they were riding those huge horses, and he was riding an Arabian.
Yeah.
Half
I think the girls are wearing more expensive pants than what they spend on the horses.
I don't know. I don't know.
So.
Some of the horses are probably pretty expensive.
That's a lot of cow right there.
$6,000 to $7,000 probably. And if they're a good horse and they train well, like that red one right there, that Sorrel, the way it was walking, it looked very well trained and beautiful color and muscular. It just, they put a lot of pride in their horses. I guarantee you they're very strict on if it's a good horse, breeding it and stuff too, studying them out.
Okay. See? Oh, hold on. Let me pull on.
Some of those saddles look very, very expensive too.
I'm telling you that sometimes you tune into my stream and you get an education.
Sorry, I did try to put them in there, but Tyson is so slow.
Stop, Janet. Jeez, it's okay.
Okay, I just feel bad.
You're fine.
Oh, so I was going on the whole Italian cowboy thing, and listed they wear an attire of coarse cotton pants, leggings, a velvet jacket, and a black hat, and he protects himself from the rain with a large mantle called a pastrano, and he carries I hope I'm pronouncing a stick employed for herding oxen and horses. So, unlike the traditional cowboy with the 6-gun, he's got a big old whack-em stick. according to Wikipedia. And it looks pretty pointy too, so maybe they whack them and stick them.
So you guys make your way around the southern edge of Dunhaven Wood. Proceed to the west, pursuing your ways towards the road that leads you up into Eckland. About 5 days you travel. You finally come across a tattered building. It looks like it's in pretty bad shape. You haven't really slept indoors for over a week, maybe 2 weeks. Next to the building is the ruins of a once grand tower. Tower looks like it was built maybe 1,000 years ago. The building looks like it didn't last 80 years.
Is this the settlement that I saw?
No, I apologize. Whoops, rewind. Okay. You head towards that settlement, and as you continue to head towards it, you notice there's about 6 buildings. In my notes. There's about 6 buildings in the settlement. 3 of them have wispy curls of smoke coming out the chimneys. Outside the building closest to you, you see what appears to be a man getting ready to split some firewood. And coming out of the door, you guys are about 150 foot away, but you see a familiar mane of blonde hair on a woman whose thin, muscular body. She looks towards you. She doesn't really recognize you guys at first because you're all on horseback. As you get closer, it looks like the woman who identified herself as Barbara.
No shit. How's she doing way out here?
You notice, and then you notice that the guy she's with, it's the same Putz that was supposed to be the boat captain, but
Sorry.
you see Sylvia head over towards the side.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like, maybe they should go visit Uncle Dirtnap.
Yeah, let's pull our knives out and be ready.
I'll pull out my war axe.
Sylvia goes off towards the side. You guys see that these 2 people are completely taken off guard. Both of them look like they just ate crow. Quinn starts playing some Ennio Morricone music. Morricone. You know what I mean. Fucking Fistful of Dollars theme song. He stops splitting wood. Hey, cousin. Quinn continues to play. Charlie, the donkey, your guys' donkey, he just kind of neighs, kind of laughs a little bit. The woman looks at all of you, notices Sylvia feigning around to her right. We don't need anybody getting excited here. I didn't realize that you guys were going to come find us so soon.
How did they get away from that tree?
The murder tree, that's about 5 miles up that way.
Yeah.
We gave them some friends of ours. I don't have to get away from the tree. I just have to outrun my friend.
Friends like you, who needs enemies?
So, what brings you to this side of Dunhavenwood? We surely is sure as shit didn't expect to see you over here.
Well, maybe you were the reason why we're out here. And who were you working for?
We were working for ourselves.
I don't think so. I don't believe you. Tell us the truth.
The husband just kind of kicks the log off the larger tree stump, and he says, listen, we were in it for ourselves. We were greedy, and we had every intention to make sure that you guys didn't get here. It's, you know, it's a miracle on your part. Boy, you're lucky. Boy, we're unlucky, aren't we, Barb? Yeah, husband.
Trying to find the right spell to put on them. Hold on.
I'm going to scan around us, looking for somebody trying to sneak up on us.
Well, they weren't
roll me your perception
expecting
check.
us. I have all my spells all mixed up.
Janet, you thinking about Zone of Truth?
I think that might be it. The one that makes them tell the truth. Remember, I had it and I used it on another person.
At the very least, you can tell when they're lying.
Well, I know they're lying. They're full of shit. They were lying when they were in the city.
Save the mana.
Yeah, I
Stick them with steel.
want to do the zone of truth on them.
You mutter off a prayer to draw
I got
money
100.
in. You got 100?
114.
You don't see anybody sneaking around. You see a bunch of people eyeing you guys warily from their windows, and a couple people come outside, but they don't leave the threshold of their door. Like, this is an entire town of dirtbags, but the other dirtbags have no desire to fuck with you guys. We're good. We're all friends, right? You guys just going to take care of those two over there? That'd be great. They're really bad
The thing
people.
is that somebody was supposed to hire someone to take us in the boat. So somebody that hired them to probably get rid of us. That's what I'm trying to find out. Since we're in this position, might as well find out something. So I want to use the zone of truth on them and make them tell us the truth. Or either one of them. On her. I said her.
The broker at the time probably, was involved with that. That was beyond our reach. At that point, you see it turn. The world around you turns a little bit red there, Isabu.
Yeah, they're full of shit.
We weren't supposed to be there. We just got assigned to it. It was just it was the luck of the draw.
Yeah, assigned to it to do what?
What do you mean to do what?
What were you supposed to be doing?
You're supposed to make it to where you guys didn't get home.
I know. Why? What did they tell you about why we had to be stopped? What was the name of that? What was the name of the incubus again?
You mean succubus, Lilith?
The succubus, yeah.
Lilith?
Lilith, is that what her name was?
Yeah.
Okay, Lilith.
Oh,
Was she
listen,
the one that hired you?
we were hired by a very pretty lady who told us it would just be great if you weren't there anymore. And that pretty lady, we've not seen her since. In fact, we were given 150 gold to take care of you.
Okay, well, I'd like you to hand over that 150 gold that you were
We
paid.
never received it because we never delivered on it.
So you were going to go upriver and get rid of us without getting any money. She didn't give you anything.
She was
I want
supposed to meet up.
I want you to empty your pockets right now. Take every single thing out of your pockets. I want to see it.
They start to empty their pockets. You see a small hammer, a couple coppers, a dagger. The young girl, Barbara, she throws a pair of daggers out. You see Sylvia ride on up and dismount.
Good. Take off your boots and empty them.
150 gold in a boot. Yeah, you gain at least 3 inches.
I don't care if there's even one gold. I don't care. I'm taking them all. I want them to strip.
Listen, we were supposed to meet up with her sometime last week, but we never had a chance to finish the deal. So, I mean, I get the feeling she's around, but I don't see her. You know, I don't know what happened.
Well, your friends that you just let get killed by that tree. Also, I want you to just take all your clothes off, both of you. Just take everything off if you want to live.
They both look at each other and then they start stripping down to their nakedness. As they stand before you in their shame, the guy's got a very pitiful dick whenever he's scared.
Well, I'm going to pick up all their clothes. I'm going to pick up everything. And I'm going to look around and see if there's a fire burning in a barrel or a thing, anything.
They've got a fire pit. Looks
Good.
like they were getting ready to skewer some chickens. And
Good. I'm going to throw their clothes in there. I'm going to start a fire, burn their clothes. Since there's no money.
Can't come here and just start getting rid of our stuff.
We can do whatever I want. I'm doing anything I want. At least with you two. You guys tried to have us killed. And these are my friends.
We were just victims of a circumstance. We didn't realize you were as good as you were.
Well, too bad. I have no sympathy for you. Yeah, I'm burning their clothes.
All right, quick question. Do you have a lineman in this game, Bruce?
I do. Typically, Janet adheres to like a neutral good, but right now she's kind of warbling towards chaotic.
I'm allowed to do this. She's a warrior goddess, isn't she?
Yeah.
There's a difference between Janet. There's a difference between warrior goddess and complete asshole.
Well, I'm being an asshole because they tried to kill us. They tried to kill us.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ask
let's back a
Sylvia
bit.
what she thinks.
Keep the
I'm
clothes out of the
done.
fire.
I'm not going to hurt them. I'm just taking their clothes.
Now that they're butt naked,
Good.
you should have them say, "Oh, what a wonderful tea party."
I don't know. I'm just really upset with these people. They put us through a lot. Look what we went through in the city because of these two.
Okay, well,
Ogre had to
Bruce-
kill people.
Oh
in the
yeah,
jail. Okay, we went through a lot because of these two people, and I think they deserve some punishment, which is being embarrassed in front of all their thief friends, is one thing, and that isn't. I'm not cutting them up. I'm not poisoning them. I'm not injuring them in any way besides humiliation.
I mean, she's got a point. It's not like she's burning the clothes with them in it.
No, she's doing good.
I'm teaching them a lesson. Maybe they'll think about it next time.
Yes, which begs one
And
question.
I'm going
that
to
is-
pray. I'll pray tonight before I go to bed.
Oh yeah, but that begs the question: does your God follow the letter of the law or the spirit of the law? Because if it's the letter of the law, you just fucked yourself. If it's the spirit of the law, your God's not going to care.
What law are you talking about?
The law of alignment.
Well, then if she's going to strike me down, let her strike me down then. Because this is what I truly believe that I should do.
You're less likely to be Janet. This is your
destroy.
first offense. If she doesn't like it, she's less likely to strike you down so much as give you a warning.
Well, then she should give me a warning if that's what I'm supposed to get. And maybe if this isn't what I'm able to do, then maybe I shouldn't be one of her priestesses.
Let's not get.
I mean, every one of us in this group,
both of these people look really nervous.
were risked because of these two people's choice, and they hurt a lot of people, not just us. So do whatever my deity says I have to do, then let her do it. But I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing.
All I'm saying, Janet, is that there's a fine line. Yeah, all I'm saying, Janet, is there's a fine line between I'm a justice-based cleric and I'm a vengeance-based cleric. And you kind of almost went vengeance.
Well, this isn't vengeance. I'm not hurting them. I'm just
no, hurting them doesn't necessarily mean you could be the jackass. There is all kinds of vengeance, and there is the violent vengeance, and that's the jackass vengeance. Jackass vengeance is what you almost became, which is like what the Joker would do: destroy everything you own and then watch them cry.
Well, I'm not going to really. I don't care if they cry or not. I just hope they learn a lesson and maybe not do it again.
Well, I kind of figured you wouldn't care about that. I was just saying, like, I'm just warning you. Here's the big reason I'm bringing this up, Janet. If Bruce's rules are anything like most games, you could lose levels if you do an alignment shift.
Okay. Bruce can do whatever he needs to do. He's the GM. I'm ready to take whatever.
I'm not going to dock her for this. This retribution kind of falls within the purview of Mir. The vengeance is mine sort of thing. Is a paladin-esque god, but also has had numerous followers fall by the wayside and do small acts of selfishness, then go on to redemption after that. So she's kind of on brand. These two are looking more and more concerned as the party encircles them.
We could always have them dig their own graves, and then
I feel fine now. I feel like I've taught them a lesson to next time think about what they're doing, because their actions hurt a lot of people and killed a few people. And it's their fault. It all began with them too.
I'm still trying to figure out that correlation.
They tried to kill us on our boat. They stole from us. And
they tried to steal from us, yes, but they never actually tried to kill us on the boat. And they never brought anyone else into the thing except us. So the innocence almost died in this chart.
Well, there was that whole
got us arrested in town. Everything that happened. Remember, she told the cops that we tried to kill her and all that shit. Everything those two did almost cost us our lives and caused Ogre to have to defend us because he got in a rage. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying it was one.
Do they need their legs?
All from them too. Remember, I was trying to put somebody in a cage.
Break their legs.
In the end, I tried to lock him in, but he was already in a rage, and she was trying to calm him down. All that, all because of these two people trying to take us out. That's what they wanted. That's what they were getting paid to do. So, sorry. That's just, you guys are my friends, and I'm just trying to teach them a lesson on next time someone offers you something, think about what could happen before you take the money. Or don't take the money, whatever.
Well,
So.
you're talking as if punishment actually works on these people.
Well, how do you know it doesn't? People are saved every day that have lived bad lives. So that's just my point of view as a human. But I believe in my deity, and I believe in
1,000 to 1's
goodness.
odds. Shit.
Hey,
I
Quinn?
think I'm going to. I think I'm going to presume shit is going to be the main course.
Will somebody roll for Quinn as he tries to distract Janet and pull Isabeau away from the situation? I need a die roll, high die roll.
Well, I'm not rolling.
Not you.
Percentile die?
Yes, sir.
No, I didn't get a high. I got low. 2.
What'd you roll?
2.
A 2?
Uh-huh.
Quinn's like, hey, Janet, Isabeau, come over here. You know, I want to show you the bunnies in the meadow. And she stays planted.
No, I'm gonna. I've already taken the clothes and put them in the fire, and I'm just standing there. I'm not talking to them at all anymore.
Come over here. Let me show you the bunnies in the meadow. They got some real nice ponies over here. You want to go see them, Isabeau?
Sure.
Come here, Isabeau. Let's go count the flowers.
I'm done.
You have no idea what happened. Quinn does something, but you don't have a chance to really see what he does. He rolled a 99 on his fucking die roll. So, like, if there's a evil bastard god in heaven that's a god of deception, that 99 should be enough. But Quinn does something over his shoulder with a spell, and you're not really certain what it was, but over here there's like a wall of sound where sound is over here and it's nice and you can hear shit. But over here, like all you hear is like the wind cutting from east to west, nothing from north to south. And you guys just kind of, you know, those people won't be a problem again. That's all I can say. The rest of the party kind of does some nasty stuff. Quinn's like, see, look at these big conies. And he's doing everything he can to just keep you focused over on this other stuff. The rest of the party's over there like magic missiling, burning, destroying the naked corpses of these evildoers that were hired to kill you. And they failed.
I thought we were going to get a game of polo in. That would have been awesome.
When you come back, Janet, Isabeau, you see your friends there barbecuing some rabbits, and the meat smells a little funny, but everybody's just got a big smile on their face, and it just feels to be like there's a big giant sigh of relief, like there was a well-intentioned post-birth abortion that took place, maybe 2 of them. But it's all good now. It's all fine. Everybody's fine. The horse is happy. The donkey's happy. Rabbits look good on the spit. Everything's good. Everything looks like it's in great shape.
Good.
As you're coming out from the inside, Mongoose, you look at your travel plan, and what those 2 said, they were right. They were supposed to meet with Lilith last week on Frotmond, the 27th. On the 27th day of the month, they were supposed to meet up with that evil bitch, and they weren't able to.
Lovely.
They were supposed to meet up with her last week in Reme. And you're thinking about it, it's the same day that apparently your friend, Brother Paul, saw her. At least everything's lining up.
Yeah.
You're a little bit frustrated, but
Does that mean that she's on her way to Reme?
no, she was in Reme.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so she's in Reme. So I wonder.
When that priest saw her, she was supposed to be meeting up with these two.
Mm-hmm.
So, which isn't going
Mistakes
to
were
happen.
made.
Well, I just knew that when we saw them and who they were, that they hadn't been on the road very long because they hadn't gotten very far, had they? And the fact
Actually,
that
they'd gotten quite a ways.
well, they got a little farther than us, but look how long we went home and we did all that stuff before we came. You see what I mean? That's a lot of time. But they'd been in town that long and then decided to leave for whatever reason. We don't know that. But the fact that they outran that giant tree that beat all those other people to death, things like that. I just knew they had to be evil or working for somebody evil or something. Just had a feeling about it. That's why I wanted to use that truth serum or whatever on them to make them tell us, especially her. So I think she was the really the boss of those two. Because Sylvia knew it, and she didn't even have magic. She just knew. She didn't like her at the very beginning. Because remember when she said that, I don't like her. And I said she has
Greatest mercy you could give them is death.
So I didn't trust her.
Because at the rate that they were going, there were just more people.
And they did. They did. They screwed over a lot of people in that town. And who knows how many more after we left. So I'm just saying, they're not good people.
And that town's full of...
In the town we're in right now, we're surrounded by them.
Traders and coasters are going to look into it, so we'll see how that turns out, too.
They're cowards, most of them.
I don't think we'll run into our friend at the office out that way.
So,
I know.
You guys
Sorry.
do that, about 3 of the other townsfolk get a little brave, and they address you directly. They're like, "That's all you came to town for, right? You're not gonna live here, are you? You're not gonna take everything of theirs, are you?"
Are they talking to me or to someone else?
To us.
Oh.
All of you?
Well, do we have reason to stick around?
No, not really. We're not gonna be suicidal and try anything against you. There's no need for that.
Well, I don't have any problem with any of them.
No.
You don't see any temples to Nurgle. You don't see a ghoul eating the flesh off a child's body. You don't have a hag resurrecting a retainer just for her to satisfy her sexual libations upon his corpse. Everybody here seems to be like they're kind of a dirtbag. You know, this is a trailer court, but we all understand that. We don't ask each other questions. But we're really not wanting to commit crimes here in fucking clear view of people that have an obvious stake in lawful life because a goddamn cleric of Mir is with them. No. They're not crazy.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
All right. Mark it on the map. Dirtbag Village. Or Hamlet.
Do any of us have a map?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, we definitely need to put this on a map because I think if we ever need to find out anything, again, this is a good place to come.
Yeah. I hate to say this now, but this seems actually like a perfect time to call it for the night since Bruce needs to start getting ready for the Chimerian musings.
Yeah, and I need to go put my chickens in the coop because I couldn't get them in a while ago.
Technically, we have 15 more minutes before Bruce has to get off, but
I actually want to run a little bit longer.
Oh, okay.
Because after an evening's rest inside the shelter of the broken home, you guys hightail it as hard as you can to the east. That's where the little trail ends. But you keep to the west. You guys keep following the setting sun. After about 5 days' ride, you see what appears to be circling buzzards overhead about maybe a mile and a half to the north. And the way you guys cut up and over, you decide that you take a peek at what's going on at the rise of one of the hills. And that's where you guys can see that there's a beast of burden that has succumbed to the weather and other things. There's about maybe 30 vultures just pecking away at the corpse. After you observe that for about 3 minutes and make sure there's nothing else fishy about it, you pursue the westerly route through the savanna grasslands, up and over hills, traveling about 10 hours a day, not trying to hurt your horses, just trying to make your way perfectly towards the west. And after 10 more days, you guys see what appears to be looks like a wagon train headed southbound. And as you close within about 2 miles, you see that there's about maybe 4 wagons, 10 beasts of burden, and about 30 people moving with it. You get the idea that you're coming across the Western Reme Road. You've never been this way before. So sure enough, you pursue the northwesterly route of this road further and further, and you come to a modest little roadside end. You note that there's a building for stables. Not all the stables seem to be occupied. You notice there's a couple 12-year-old kids out there. And once they see you, they kind of wave you in. And the stable boys tell you, this is Eklund's finest roadside inn. You're about 4.5 days' ride away from Eklund. If you'd like to stay here, the stable fee for all your horses is going to be a silver. And then they'll talk to you about how much the rooms are inside. They have one nice room on the top. You guys probably want that because you look like you've actually got the means to pay for it. The little stable hands look at you and expect you guys to dismount.
What time of day is it?
It's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's late enough in the day where you can smell the charcoal on the fire. It seems like they've got a pile of charcoal they're using, not actual wood. They've got that burning. You can smell like some sort of onion and peppers wafting out of the chimney. In the fenced in area, you see a man stoking a very large fire pit, and it looks like he's examining a hump of meat that's about 15 pounds. 15 to 18 pounds of beef. That's what your nose tells you.
It's clearly beef, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it's a chuck from either a cow or a horse. You can't tell.
As long as it's not long pork.
No.
That's what I was thinking. Oh.
Long pork is the wrong pork.
What is that?
Long
Human.
pork? Human.
It actually it's not just like just human. Long pork also refers to the way it gets treated. Like it's kind of like making bacon. But it became synonymous. I forgot when. I think maybe the pirate era became synonymous with just simply human flesh. In fact, I think that's now the official definition of the dictionary. But long pork actually used to be a way you would treat human flesh to be eaten. The name pork is because I believe it was bacon. Was the way it was treated.
I always thought it was pork because, the other white meat. Or the other white meat.
Well, I should finish that up with that's what I read. The internet is not necessarily something you can always believe.
But you can trust a cannibal. And if a cannibal says people taste like pork, it's unlikely true.
Well, all I know is that they do use pig hearts. They have used pig hearts and parts of pig hearts for a human transplant.
After you guys go inside, the barmaid says, "Hi, how are all of you?"
We're fine.
Doing well, thank you. And yourself?
I am just a daisy. Today, we are getting ready to put some roast on the kitchen menu, and we're going to be cycling that around for the next couple meals because we got plans. But you are in luck. My husband is tending to the beef right now, and the rest of us, I got my boys out there taking care of your beasts. I saw that he was already briefing you on the cost of everything. There's 8 of you total. My recommendation is you take the top room, the top floor. There's 3 rooms on the top floor.
Awesome.
You have also a bathroom all to yourself with running water.
Sounds good.
Be a total for the 8 of you, not including the stable fee, which my sons already took care of, for one day, including 2 meals, it's going to be a total of 4 silvers.
All right.
Sounds like
I'll hand over the 4 silvers.
I'd like to welcome you all to Eckland's finest roadside inn, and we do hope that you enjoy your stay, however many days it may be 4 silvers a day. Although, if you're going to be here a week, we'll drop 1 day's rate out of that for a total of 24 silvers instead of 28.
Don't know if we'll be here that long. We'll see.
That's mighty generous.
The husband comes back in. "Hey, saw that you guys were riding in town. Looks like you guys cut across the the plains on the old Dusters Trail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We aren't part of that town.
Dusters Trail has always been like that. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not going to judge. You guys actually use metal weapons, not wooden ones. Those people are so mindful about everything except for their fucking expenses and the way they do stuff. They are such an immoral bunch. I'm kind of surprised that you don't have more blood on you.
Do you get a lot of people from there to come through here?
No, we run them off usually. They're not a moral group. We'll just say that. We've had problems.
I had a character moment. I got the feel of like Motel Hell.
You could say that in character.
That's so bad.
We've had more problems from people off Dusters Trail than what we care to talk about. There was a group of people that were housed out of there, and they were stealing dogs. That had a real problem with us. We've got Kangles. Kangles are big dogs. They help protect our livestock from coyotes and other predators. They tried wrestling up our dogs once, and that didn't really work out too well. Not for them. They won't be back. About the same time he's talking about that, an actual dog makes Bandit kind of get skittish. And that's when you guys see a dog come around the corner of the bar. And he's a big one. He doesn't growl at Bandit. He just eyeballs the 8 of you and your dog.
Hey, tingle.
Bandit runs immediately over to Ogre and just kind of hides between his thighs. He stands there between his calves, and you can tell that your dog is deathly afraid of that Kangle. That's Captain. He's about 5 years old. He's leader of the dog pack we've got. Got about 6 dogs total, not including the bitches. We don't include the bitches just for the fact that we want to keep good care of them. Occasionally, one of the coyotes, he'll get lucky and he'll drag one of the Kangles off to the other 20 of them. So I lose a dog. Anyway, I got 2 bitches and not really done breeding those. Got another couple seasons on them before they kind of go with the rest of the herd. You got any questions for us, or hopefully we're not making you guys feel uncomfortable here with forced conversation, are we?
No.
All right. Captain, get back. Come on. Dog finally relents.
I'll give Bandit scratches behind the ear.
Captain actually, yeah, he's not really adverse to that. He'll let you pet him.
Bandit.
Oh, Bandit.
Yeah.
Bandit takes to you real easy, and like he leans into your hand as much as he can. Like if there was ever a moment where your dog told you, like in English, "I trust you, I love you," this is it. Sylvia looks at the other dogs that are at the back door of the inn, and she says, "How big are those dogs?" "My name's Earl. This is Penelope. Our dogs are about 8 hands to 10 hands high. They're kind of big, but we need them to be that size." She's like, "Wow, those are big dogs." Yeah,
Those are miniature horses.
They're not meant to be short. They're meant to be big, intimidating, tough dogs. They're friendly to me, and my wife, and my boys, but they don't really do much for anyone else. Now, gentlemen, this is not your typical roadside inn. We do not have bed warmers here. We do not like bed warmers here. We don't encourage the use of bed warmers, at least here. I run this place with a gentle hand with the help of my wife. My sons are here. I see that you have a cleric, what she looks to be like a cleric of the old days, back when things were right in the world, or at least things were trying to be right in the world. I'm going to expect the rest of you kind of fall in line with her beliefs. We're not going to have any trouble, are we? I don't know you. That's why I'm asking this.
No, none that I think of.
Okay, that's good to hear. Because we don't get that many visitors that are coming off the Duster Road, and it just looked really weird. I don't really want to ask what your business was. I mean, you've got a priest of Mir with you. Do you understand? I mean, that's just one. It's okay. That's where Gilboth was at. But Duster Road is kind of home to a bunch of thieves and miscreants and people that are not nice and good, and they do stupid things. Like I just can't believe that the lore clans just haven't mistakenly ridden by on the horses and stampeded that settlement into the ground. Just a thought. Okay. So, 2 weeks from now, me and my friend are going to be running this game. Party's going to get into the city of Eklund and start putting together everything they need to as they're getting things set up to help out their friend Quinn and his family holdings. Hopefully, you guys will be there for that. My name is Bruce. My panel here with me today, I got to thank Six Nation 31 Kings, Crafting Gamer, Nerdy Ogre, and Janet from Another Planet. Those four have been core part of my success on this, and I do got to thank them for over 1,200 sustained subs over the past 13 years. That's really not impressive for a lot of people, but the fact that I can have so many friends come by and just watch and be entertained, I thank you so much. We will be back tomorrow with a movie review of Night of the Lepus with DeForest Kelly, and looking forward to that. Hopefully you'll be there to be part of that. Thank you ever so much.